Welcome, everyone. The time being 9:39, we'll get started. I apologize for the late start. I found my tire to be low and had to get it pumped up. Didn't plan on that this morning. Okay, first up, we'll invite Representative Osborne to introduce CACR 15.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. And now that your tire's pumped up, let me get you pumped up to protect the taxpayers. I'm Jason Osborne. I represent the towns of Auburn, Candia, and Deerfield. It's my pleasure to bring to you this morning CACR 15. So this amendment is an attempt, I guess, to solidify New Hampshire's status as a beacon of freedom and low taxes and all the good things that Americans hold dear. Because we know where was I going with this? I'll just reach for my sheet here. Look, with a provision like this in place, enshrined in our Constitution, we can rest easy with the knowledge that Granite Staters can feel confident that we will remain income and sales tax free. You know, they like to say that low taxes are the result of low spending, but I think the way things work in a state like New Hampshire, that it's kind of the opposite, that low spending is the result of the restraint imposed by low taxes. I think a former speaker said it to me this way, that we spend all the money that we have. So if we can prevent the Finance Committee down the hall from having more money to spend, then they won't. So what I was surprised to find out, because when I put this in, I didn't realize that this was already such a popular thing across this country. There are actually 14 other states that have this provision in their constitutions, and they're all different kinds of states. There's giant states, there's very tiny states, there's red states, there's blue states, there's high tax states, there's low tax states. And so while I thought of this as being a very, I guess, anti-tax kind of proposal, it doesn't seem to be that's the case in the real world. And to me, this is really not so much about tax policy, but it's about consent. You know, the Declaration of Independence says that the just powers of government are derived from the consent of the governed. And I may be alone in this room in being able to envision an alternate universe where the functions of government are funded on a voluntary transactional basis rather than by coercive taxation. But in this real world, it's not a stretch to imagine that we can increase the level of consent from a simple majority to a supermajority, because we can look around this country and more than 25% of the states are already doing it that way. So it's my hope that we can give this gift to the people of the Granite State in November and allow them to vote on adding this provision to the Constitution. And I'll go ahead and cut it short, but I'll hand in my notes here for you to put on file if you like. I'm happy to take questions. I don't know that I'll have answers, but I'd be happy to, take the homework assignment with me and send you back what I find out.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Representative Almy.
Would you mind giving us the list of the 14 states and also let me see. Can't remember the other thing at this point.
Okay, so the states include, I don't know if this is a complete list, but it's Arizona, Arkansas, California, Delaware, Florida, Kentucky. Okay.
Even abbreviated.
Gotcha.
So maybe if you can just, if you've got the written down.
Yep, I'll pass it.
Okay. Yes, Representative Schamberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. On line 24 of this bill, page 1, says the Senate, House Representative Senate shall be required to pass a new tax if a 2/3 vote is needed. What if the state has an emergency that requires bond and tax action to resolve the emergency? Would this law negate action by the legislature from acting?
Well, I think in an emergency situation, you'd have no problem getting a 2/3 vote of the legislature. So there are other states that require tax increases to actually go to the ballot for the people to vote on, and I think that's a step too far. Like as much as I'm in favor of the consent of the governed, I think you gotta allow the government to operate, and I think this is a happy medium.
Thank you. Follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Follow up?
On the second page, lines starting with line 5 or starting with line 4, it talks about the revenue. Is there a priority order of distribution of state funds if we couldn't get the 2/3 vote for this emergency? Or
Well, I do believe that's up to the Finance Committee to decide how the, no, I will withdraw my answer.
thank you.
Representative Ullery.
Yeah, to follow up on that, we have a provision that says that bonded funds will be paid, period. They're the first priority, which then goes over to the Finance Committee, if I'm not, or the Fiscal Committee, if I'm not mistaken, to shift funds around in order to meet this obligation, or tell somebody they're not going to go to work next week. And if a crisis arrives. The question then becomes, if this goes into law, does any of that change?
Well, I think you would be the one that I would ask that question to, it sounds like.
Representative Fellows.
So this is another question about the bonds. So a bond means that the state borrowed a large amount of money for an extended period of time, and making payments on that bond are like a mortgage, making the interest payments. So I'm concerned about what the consequences are if you don't make your bond payments. For sure, your rating's going to go down, but I think that is really a big problem, to say that we need a 2/3 vote to make bond payments, which are normally just something that's included in the budget.
Well, I think your concern is valid, and I share your concern. I'm pretty sure that over 2/3 of your colleagues would share that concern too. So I'm not sure that this would be an impediment. Again, 14 other states are doing it this way. So
Yes, Representative Platt.
There's no distinction about size of tax or fee, so this would apply to a $2 increase on say, a motor vehicle fee or something like that?
I do believe that it would, and the lower the fee, the easier it'll be to get 2/3 to vote, wouldn't it?
Representative Ames. Representative Ames, did you?
Thank you. I'm wondering if you have inquired of the state treasurer or the bond rating agencies or the major sources of bonds as to the effect of a requirement like this on the price, the effective price that the state will have to pay for raising money through bonding?
No, I have not. But I like that question, and I will look into that.
Representative Almy.
Yeah, I've still got a question here, or a comment and a question. On the Fiscal Committee may eventually agree or not, but it is the governor that decides in cases of major emergencies who is going to get what and who is going to have nothing. And that has been the fact in our government, at least as long as I've been here, which is almost 30 years now.
Is that a would you believe?
Would you believe that this actually puts a huge amount of power into the hands of the governor when we get to emergency, and we've just been through one.
I would believe, and I do share your concern about the emergency powers of the executive branch, and have,
Whichever party.
right.
Could I have a follow-up?
Sure, follow up.
Yes, the other problem that I see with this, and I wonder if you have considered the fact that we have been dumping needs and costs onto the towns and the property tax by removing taxes for some time now, and that this would allow towns and cities to have, and counties to have to raise their property taxes in order to replace services.
Yeah, I get the concern, but what I've observed is that the more money we send to the towns and the cities, it doesn't seem to prevent them from continuing to raise their taxes. And I know that I wouldn't expect a town to treat the state's money the same as they treat their own, just the same as I don't expect that the state treats federal money the same as their own. So I don't see the property tax connection as being a concern here.
Representative Spilsbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would you be satisfied if the percentage was 3/5, 60% instead of 2/3?
Yeah, I think any movement toward greater consent is good. I mean, I'd be happier with 80%, but 2/3 is a number that we see in other states. So I think it gives people a sense of comfort that it's not an outrageous number, and it's not. Yeah.
It was interesting to me as you're going through your list. One of the states you mentioned was California, and high tax state, and yet I think they're on this list. Correct?
Right. I got to tell you that I was shocked from going from when I put this in, my preconceptions were to what actually exists in the real world was kind of different.
Yeah, I wouldn't have expected that. Representative Fellows.
I know that on the local level, there are tax caps, which is a little different than this, but they're tax caps, but they allow their caps like to not exceed the rate of inflation. So I'm wondering if any of these states that have this provision, and you're saying they have it in their constitution, their state constitution, do they have any exceptions for inflation? So I think the tax rates are not the problem. It's more the fees. I mean, we had a bill on camping fees, Do we have to have that hadn't been increased in many years? I mean, it just seems kind of.
No, but I don't imagine that you'd need to have that in the Constitution, right? You could when you create your fee, you could build into it a escalation that could be so you vote on it one time and then it continues to escalate over time, right?
Follow up.
Right. So are you saying like when we have fees in the RSAs, camping fees, that there should be some provision in that statute that says allowed to increase by the rate of inflation?
Yeah, I'm saying you could if that's what.
And then how would because constitutional is going to overrule anything that's in the RSA.
Right, but if you got a fee and you say it's $1 this year and it increases by 50%, 50 cents per year, you vote on it with a 2/3 vote, then it's kind of on autopilot at that point, right? Yeah. It's interesting you bring up the towns and their tax caps because something we see is that towns just ignore the tax caps and they do whatever they want. And same way in the state of Washington, they don't have a constitutional provision, but they have had 6 separate ballot initiatives to impose a 2/3 requirement on their legislature, and they just ignore it. It's like it doesn't exist. So that's why it needs to go in the Constitution and not just be because we can't impose a requirement ourselves on a future legislature.
Representative Elberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I have questions in 2 areas, if I may.
Okay.
We have a couple of lawsuits that have been successfully argued in lower court and now are being appealed by the state regarding funding for public education. If the lawsuit prevails at a higher level, how would you foresee raising the funds necessary to support public education at the required level?
Right. Again, if we're talking about an issue that is that important, I don't see that it would be a problem to overcome the 2/3 requirement.
Okay. And second question, in the light of wanting fiscal responsibility and transparency, would you also agree that any tax cuts or eliminations would have to be approved by 2/3 of the bodies?
Well, no, I mean, if you wanted to have the mirror image of the 2/3 requirement, it should really only take 1/3 to cut or eliminate a tax, right? Because the idea is consent, but I do think you do need a little bit, of resistance in the downward direction. So I think 50% to decrease the taxes is not a horrible place to be.
Did you have a question? Yes, Representative Almy.
Thank you. When we passed the original education funding money, it took us 8 hours without a break, locked in, and we went back and forth, and we just barely passed it, if I remember correctly. There is no way we could have gotten 2/3. And would you believe that?
I would believe.
1/3 is not a majority. In a democracy, 2/3 is a very large majority. In our elections, half is just barely getting you there.
Is that a question?
That's a
Yeah, but I think in elections of representatives, that's a different kind of a story. And if you needed 2/3 to elect a representative, you would end up in a situation where you didn't have a representative. But I think when we're talking about the act of taking a portion of someone's property or income, that I think a very high level of consent should be required for that. That's why I put this in.
Anybody else? Yes, Representative Orrs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. A follow-up on Rep. Alberger's question about what about tax reduction? So, in your opinion, over the years, as we have reduced taxes, has it increased revenue? Does it remain the same? Do we lose revenue to a point where it becomes a problem?
I think our observation up to this point is that revenues have increased over time.
Okay, and so is there some way you could
Follow-up?
provide follow-up? Thank you.
Okay.
Would you be able to provide us with proof of that? Do we have that? I mean, I like the theory, but do we have proof of that in New Hampshire is my question.
If you would like me to go do that homework, I can do that, but I'm pretty sure you know the answer.
Yeah, well, yeah, I was gonna say, I would not, but I mean, maybe DRA or somebody could show us that. So, follow-up?
One more follow-up.
Okay, so if Representative Alberger's question about, what would it take to reduce taxes, I think we could agree that at least a 50% plus one vote might be enough to reduce? No?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Your notes, please. Thank you.
All right, next up, I have Greg Moore from Americans for Prosperity.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. For the record, my name is Greg Moore. I am a regional director with Americans for Prosperity. CACR 15, as you see it, is not a particularly novel piece of legislation. Veteran members of this committee have seen this on many occasions. I see Representative Yuli waving at me because he himself has brought this legislation on several occasions, including in 2011, which was my first experience with this type of amendment, which is when it passed the House of Representatives. A little bit of history then is that 2011, it really only included, in its first iteration, the parts on page 1, as well as the voter guide components. It came out of this committee, ought to pass, didn't get a majority. I mean, it got a majority, but didn't achieve the required 3/5 majority in the House. Came back to this committee, had the second component, which is at the top of page 2, which was language that was provided by the state treasurer in order to ensure that the state's bonds were protected in order to protect the state's bond rating. Because otherwise, without that provision, they felt as though it would represent a threat to the state's bond rating. So that was added at the behest of several members who had that concern raised by the state treasurer. We believe this is important legislation to send a signal to the rest of the region and the country that New Hampshire is going to remain a low tax beacon. Provisions like this, there was a study by the Journal of Public Economists that found that low tax states that pass supermajority provisions does have the effect of ensuring low taxes going forward. On the other hand, provisions like this also exist in such notorious low tax states as Rhode Island, California, and Hawaii, where obviously the provision is not necessarily limiting their ability to raise taxes as needed. I would say that this is important legislation to send that clear signal across the region, across the country, that New Hampshire is going to remain a low tax state, and ultimately will produce positive results for our economy and economic growth going forward, because as particularly as employers understand that there's going to be that level of tax certainty, they become even more inclined to want to come to a state like that, further enhancing our economic growth over the long arc of it. So with that, I'd be happy to take any questions, talk about my experiences. Is probably so working for the House, I had a chance to go through this once, and I've been to this committee probably 2 or 3 times since then, in the intervening 11 years since I left the House of Representatives. So I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Representative Fellows.
Thank you. Representative Osborne told us that there are, I think he said 14 states that have this in their constitution, but a lot of them just ignore it. Can you explain the part about how they ignore it?
So I think he referenced specifically the state of Washington. The state of Washington has put, we are not a ballot referendum question. The only thing that goes on the ballot for us are constitutional amendments. We don't have, like the state of Massachusetts, which actually can pass laws via ballot referenda. The state of Washington has that same provision like Massachusetts, and they have passed what amounts to state laws via ballot referendum 6 times. Now, as you know, no legislature, or in this case, the public, can do anything that can compel a future legislature to anything. So while that law goes on the books, a future legislature comes along, ignores the law, and then it turns around and passes a tax increase, regardless of the fact that there was something on the books saying that it would require a supermajority. And they do it without a supermajority because, as you know, Representative, you can put a provision and say, regardless of RSA, whatever this, or notwithstanding any other provision of law to the contrary, you can do this. And he is right. There are 14 states that have these provisions specifically within their constitution, and then there are 2 others, the states of Colorado and the state of Missouri, that actually require tax increases to go on the ballot. So really, there's 16 states that have somewhat similar provisions like this that create this sort of increased bar beyond just a simple majority in the legislature. I'm sorry, does that answer your question?
Follow up?
Partly, but so I'm starting to see some differentiation here. So I totally understand. We ignore RSAs all the time, but that's not the same as ignoring something that's in the Constitution. So how many states actually have this in their state constitution?
So
And
it's,
do they have exactly these words?
there are varying levels. Excuse me, anywhere between 3/5 and 3/4. So 2/3 is sort of like in the middle between the two. In the Constitution. I do have an example for you relative to a state that ignored what was in their Constitution. The state of Oregon had a provision like this in their Constitution. But then there was a judicial ruling that found that base broadening activities were not included. So in other words, which I think most of us agree that if you broaden the base of a tax, that would be a tax increase. But the state of Oregon went through a judicial ruling where their Supreme Court actually indicated that they could do base broadening without implicating the supermajority. So that's another example of a state that basically found a shortcut around the supermajority to raise taxes. Thanks.
Representative Elberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When you talk about low tax state, are you including property taxes in that decision?
If you include property taxes, New Hampshire is still a low tax state. So the answer is yes. That we have relatively high property taxes compared to other states does not actually change the fact that including state and local tax burden, New Hampshire is still one of the lowest tax burdens in the nation. And there are other states, the states that are higher than us on property tax, states like Illinois and states like New Jersey obviously have a full array of other taxes that we don't.
Follow up?
Follow up?
I'm going to use this as a would you believe. The New York Times every Sunday in its real estate section looks at different property values in different parts of the country. In last June, I happened to be in New York and picked up a copy. They were comparing $400,000 properties in 3 different parts of the country: Denver, Washington, D.C., and some community in New Hampshire, and I apologize, I don't remember which it was. Would you believe that the property taxes in Denver and Washington were $4,000 a year and $6,000 a year, while the property in New Hampshire was $40,000 for the year?
And I apologize for the fact that I have this big speaker in
me
my
too.
face. It's, I
We
can't
can't
actually
figure
look
out
at
where
you
to
when
put
I'm
it
talking
properly.
to you. Sure, I would believe that. I would say that one of the things that it's important to consider is that in a state where property taxes make up a significant portion of the overall state and local tax burden, is that there can be wide variations within communities. And so there are relatively high tax communities and relatively low tax communities. I think that what that gives, much like the opportunity for people to vote with their feet among states, is people can vote with their feet among communities as well.
Follow up?
Follow up and a correction. I apologize. It's a big correction. It's $14,000, not 40.
That makes
But
sense.
one more piece. Would you believe, I know, let's play games here, that while New Hampshire is among the top 10 states in terms of public support for public education, depending on which research you look at, we are either next to last or dead last in terms of state support for public education?
I would believe that.
Thank you.
Representative Schamberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Moore, for taking this question concerning on page 2, lines 1 through 7. about the appropriation for payment of interest. First of all, this is for, it wouldn't be for any, it is based on the present bond issues that have been issued, correct? It's a past wording.
So this language is substantially similar to language that was added in 2011 to the constitutional amendment. And then maybe Representative Guillory can correct me. I think it was CICR 10. I think it was. I don't know. It's a while back. And this was the language that was provided specifically by the state treasurer. So the state treasurer actually drafted this language and offered it to this committee that added it into the legislation. And I think I could go back to check the language, but I'm pretty sure that this is word for word what the state treasurer offered to this committee.
Okay, follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Follow up.
Well, the second part of this is from line 4 through line 5. It talks about the state treasurer being able to set apart from the first general fund revenues, thereafter received a sum sufficient to pay such interest or installments of principals. If the legislature does not, by a 2/3 vote, approve any more bonds or approve any payment that would cover the bond issues, the state treasurer takes over. Would this not create havoc on the budget of the state for those that are all downstream if the treasurer is making the decision to pull this money without consultation or with the legislature?
Yeah, you can tell the state treasurer wrote this provision, huh?
Yes.
No, I understand. I think that's why they wanted it in the Constitution is because the state treasurer, it would be constitutionally directed to do that, as opposed, and the legislature would then therefore have to work around the fact that the treasurer's hands were tied, and again, this shows why. But I'm also cognizant of the fact that any state treasurer understands that they are elected by the legislature. So I think that you're going to get a fair degree of consultation throughout this process as a result of it. But to your broader point, yes, the treasurer is directed to do that first and foremost, and then the legislature is going to have to adjust to what the treasurer would do based upon the treasurer's constitutional responsibilities.
All right. Seeing no more questions, thank you.
Thank you.
And that is it for the pink cards I have. All right, I will close the public hearing on CACR 15. We'll open the public hearing on HB 116. Thank you. And Representative Sweeney will introduce the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the Health, Ways and Means Committee. This is clearly. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the Ways and Means Committee. I think when we think about the reasons people send us to Concord, this bill isn't one of them. This is a very housekeeping bill that the House Election Law Committee had amended the original bill. I will say that the copy of the bill that's over there is the originally introduced version. There was an amendment in election law that was unanimously supported, and then it was unanimously supported on the House floor. The current bill, as amended after House election law, simply removes the $2 fee for state representative candidates. That was the policy that the House Election Law Committee decided to. And since it does technically affect revenue streams for the municipalities, that's why it's before you here today for House Ways and Means. Again, it's just removing the $2 filing fee for state representative candidates to get on the ballot. I think speaking for one of the larger towns that will be impacted by this fee, I would, if there's upset at town hall, I'll gladly pay the $36 that they typically anticipate every 2 years for this fee. But I'm happy to take any questions about how the Election Law Committee got to that point with just eliminating the $2 fee. But that really is, I think less than $10,000 is generous for this bill's revenue impact when it's just every 2-year fee. So.
Thank you. Any questions? Yes, Representative Elberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just curious, I assume that this set of fees and the increases would not be required to get 2/3 approval.
No, and so in the bill was amended in election law, so there's no fee increases in the bill. This is the older version of the bill, as I stated. The current legislation just eliminates the $2 fee for state representatives. Nothing else happens.
Thank you.
And it's just state representative. It's not.
Yeah, it's
anything
just
else.
state representative.
All right. So even actually a town of Salem would be $18.
Yeah.
Right. 9 times 2. So it's, yeah, pretty minor. Anyone else? All right. Seeing none. Thank you.
All right, I'll be back at 11.
Sounds good. All right. I will close the public hearing for HB 116. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
could we ask that the amended version be circulated for the full committee?
The amended version of what? HB 116?
The version as amended by election law and adopted on the House floor is the one that we actually need to consider. And so when we meet for executive session, I'd like to have seen that.
Okay. So so we have, I think this is amended, the one we have. Yeah. We do have the amended version. Yeah. I have the amended version. Yes.
What Representative Sweeney was saying was that basically on page 1, that lines 11 through 15 are not present anymore.
Right. The amended version has 3 lines. Yeah.
Yes, to clarify on the table, all I'm seeing is the original version and the fiscal note.
Okay, the wrong version must be on the table then. When they first passed this out, and we got all the bills, that's the one that I think we got amended. I'm not sure why the wrong version is up there. Before I forget, I just want to make an announcement about.
Are you closing this hearing?
I already closed it. Yeah, like 3 minutes ago.
I have it if you want to get copies. I took it off the internet.
Oh, you did? Well, it should, no, I have a copy.
It's very
Yeah.
short.
Well, the copies that were all handed out, whenever that was, maybe the first day we came back on January.
Yeah. Yeah, so do I.
Okay. I just want to make an announcement on scheduling. Yesterday I said we would schedule Monday and Tuesday of each week in February, except the last week, which is school vacation week. Next week, it is going to be Monday and Tuesday. It'll be coming out in the calendar. 10 o'clock start each day. But the following week, which is the week of the 12th, no, wait a minute. Let me look at the calendar. Let's get this right. I don't have the calendar memorized. Yeah, well, next week, what I just said on about 5 and 6 is correct. Monday and Tuesday, we'll be starting each day at 10 o'clock. The following week, the 12th and the 13th, I'm not sure Monday, I don't know, I should know by the end of the day today or tomorrow whether Monday is going to work. It might be the 13th and the 14th on that week. So I just wanted to let you know now. I'm sorry I don't have that definitive. It's either going to be 12th and the 13th or the 13th and the 14th of February. and I hopefully will have an answer by tomorrow. I'll send an email out. I don't know about 10 a.m. or 9:30. You know, it's going to be, but other than that, the 19th and the 20th, Monday and Tuesday, should be fine. It's just an issue with that week of the 12th, where it's 12 and 13 or 13 and 14.
Could I ask how long you think you're going to be going on the 5th? Because I get out of the dentist about 12:15.
How far away is your dentist?
So.
Is it in your town?
It's in my town. It's an hour and a bit.
So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's eight bills in a work session starting at 10 o'clock on Monday. I purposely did not include your bill on Monday, 1492.
Thank you.
So 1492 will be the first one on Tuesday at 10 o'clock. So right now, what I've submitted and what will come out of the calendar is 8 bills starting at 10 o'clock for a work session on Monday the 5th. Tuesday the 6th, there'll be 6 bills in a work session, followed by, that's at 10, and then a 1 o'clock start to an exec session of all those bills of Monday and Tuesday. Now, I don't know that we can get through all those, but the way it works is I'm allowed to list all these, so in case it goes fast, we don't want to run out. The more we can get done, the better. So when you see the calendar, don't get frightened that we're going to be here till midnight, because we'll be cutting it off.
So if you know those bill numbers already, can you just make a copy of that so we'll know?
Well,
Because
you'll
the
know,
calendar won't come out until Friday.
it comes out in email on Thursday night.
Sometimes.
Well, it's yeah, I have an I have an email that I could forward. Yeah. Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
I believe the bills for Monday will be the ones that we had hearings on the 9th and 16th. And the bills for Tuesday are then the bills we had hearings on for the 17th. So if you just look at those agendas, you'll see the list.
That's a good point. If you still have the public hearing, so our first public hearing, so we had public hearings on the 9th and the 16th. Those are the first 2 public hearings we had. All those bills will be in the work session on Monday, except 1492.
Mr. Chairman,
I can still forward an email later. Yes.
I get torn between the efforts that you're making to be respectful of outsiders' time with regard to scheduling bills.
Yeah.
I'm wondering, though, since there has been so much variation in how long some of our hearings are, whether it might make sense to consider scheduling all of the hearings at the same time so that we aren't left with chunks of time waiting until the next bill that we're supposed to hear.
Okay, so the public hearings have to have an absolute time. For example, the next public hearings at HB 1054 starts at 10:30. I cannot start it earlier. It has to start at 10:30. But once we start doing so at the end of the day today, we'll be done with all of the public hearings of the bills in Ways and Means. Starting Monday, we'll start doing work sessions. The work sessions, all I have to do is start with an initial time. It'll say 10 o'clock. There'll be a whole list of bills. If we finish one, we just go to the next one. We don't have to, yeah. And because when you see it, it's a long list, we'll just automatically break for lunch. We're not going to get all this done in the morning, so we'll break for lunch, at the appropriate time, whether it's 12 o'clock or 12:30, depending on how we're progressing. We'll have lunch and then we'll continue. Yes, Representative Olney.
Two questions. One, if you're normally, I think, going to go in the order that the bills are listed.
I've decided to go in the order of the bills as we've done the public hearings.
Yeah. Okay.
And that way, the nice thing about that is they get grouped in some sort of fashion as well.
Right.
Originally, I was thinking about trying to do the easier ones first, and then I said, well, that doesn't make any sense, because if we hit a hard one where we need another work session or need more information, then we know in advance instead of pushing it off too far.
So you aren't attempting to exec all of the bills next week and leave us with nothing?
Oh, no, because next week we're going to have work sessions on, oh, I see what you're saying, because I don't need I'm trying to do a work session on every single bill.
Yeah.
And some of them might be as simple as, we don't have any questions, I open the work session, we talk for 1-2 minutes, and I close the work session and move on to the next one.
But there will be occasions when somebody, a sponsor, will look at it on Friday and say, I want to be there, but I've got a conflict. And try to call you up maybe and see if he could be moved to a different
Yeah, I
time
mean,
in
I can
the-
skip,
in the order.
if it makes sense, I can skip over that one and schedule it the following week. So,
Okay. So we're not going to try and exec every bill on Tuesday afternoon.
I mean, I'm going to list, so there's 8 bills on Monday, work sessions. There's 6 work sessions on Tuesday. That's 14. I then listed all 14 for an exec session. I don't think we'll make it through all 14. Although some of them may be, it doesn't make sense to exec it, so we just skip over it.
Yeah.
And so this long list just gives us more flexibility.
Okay.
That's all.
And we will
Time is it?
not be execing anything Monday.
No,
Thank you.
it's a courtesy to you. Probably doesn't make sense for you to drop it on Monday, because you're not going to be done until what, 12:30?
12. It's usually 1 hour, so it's 12:15. I don't know why it takes them an hour. But
I know. And then to drive in is another hour.
Yeah. Mm.
All right, in an effort to stay on track, we'll get started. The time being 10:31. We'll, excuse me, I want to call things to order here. All right. I'm going to open the public hearing on HB 1054. And we'll call Christine Wellington to introduce the bill.
I'm the prime sponsor, Rep. Allie Murray.
Oh,
Sorry about that.
okay. I don't have a pink card from you then.
Okay, I'll bring that over after. Thank you, Mr. Chair and honorable members of the committee. For the record, my name is Alessandra Murray, and I represent Ward 9 in Manchester. Last year, when the House passed our state budget, we included non-lapsing funding for a new Northern Border Alliance program. This provision was originally removed by the majority of representatives when the bill passed through the House, but was added back in when it went to the other side of the wall. The Northern Border Alliance provides grants to law enforcement agencies for the purpose of reducing potential illegal activity within 25 miles of the Canadian border. The bill before you now does something very simple. It changes the current non-lapsing function of this fund so that in the future this program would be funded through the typical budget appropriation process. This change is necessary for a couple reasons. One being that the legislature was clearly divided on this funding when it was originally passed. The second is that the need for the funding was tied to a lack of federal funds. And the federal funding we receive can fluctuate year to year, and the legislature should be able to adjust the appropriation as those circumstances change. And thirdly, there's little to no publicly available data to indicate any kind of crisis at the border of New Hampshire and Canada, and the U.S. Customs and Border Protection already has a strong presence there. So that's my introduction. I'm happy to answer any questions, but also there are some folks here who are better versed on this subject.
Thank you. Do we have a question? Yes, Representative Elmy.
Yeah, just a matter of fact, you might be able to tell us. It says in close proximity now to the Canadian border. The Border Patrol used to come down 100 miles to Lebanon. And I'm just wondering, where did you get 25 miles from?
Well, this is in regards to the program that's funding our local police, and that's only applicable to within 25 miles. The U.S. Customs and Border Patrol does patrol within the 100 miles of
So
the border.
that's in law somewhere.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No other questions? Okay. Oh, you have a question, Representative Fellows.
Yeah, I can't remember. I'm not sure. Can you tell me where the money comes from? Is this a state appropriation or federal money or both?
It's state money from my
All
knowledge.
state.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, Representative Ellery.
Well, if it's federal money,
It's state.
state money, okay, that doesn't change my question.
Okay.
If it's state money and it becomes non-lapsing, that would mean that there would essentially be an increase each year in the budget because our budget expenditures, because instead of having a pool of resources here and then just fill in what else is necessary to bring up the expense costs to the level needed, we would be funding the entire thing over again. Is that correct?
I'm not sure I understand. Are you saying that if there's like residual funds from year to year that we would have, I'm sorry, could you explain?
Yeah, currently it's non-lapsing.
Mm-hmm.
You're changing it to lapsing. So if it's lapsing, the money, the third year into the operation, the money would go back to the general fund.
Mm-hmm.
And then the entire program would have to be refunded from zero each year instead of being able to draw on a reserve of unexpended funds. So there would be a gap of time where there was no funds available. Is that correct?
I see what you're saying. I mean, I think that the gap, I don't know that the gap would exist because it would align with our budgetary process. And if, the money is lapsing back into the general funds anyway, the money is still there for us to pull from.
Thank you.
Representative Elmy.
Yeah. would you believe that being on dedicated funds, I know, having looked into this, that that all of the funds that are funded this way, if necessary, move to negative positions in the Treasury and are paid for once the budget is finished.
I would believe that.
Other questions? I guess I have just a general question. You said there's no problem at the northern border. From what I've read, the number of potential illegal crossings have increased threefold over the past year, at least threefold. So and we know at the southern border, we have a huge issue down there. So, I mean, I guess my concern or my question is, you're saying there's no concern, but we're seeing changes. Shouldn't we be ready to respond in a way where we don't have to rely on a budgeting process every year?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your question. I would say that the publicly available data relating to crossings of the Canadian border is largely not New Hampshire specific, and there has been no data made available to the public, even with multiple right to know requests for this data on the amount of crossings on specifically the New Hampshire Canadian border, which is a very small part of the actual Canadian border. So this isn't really a New Hampshire problem that we should be, our taxpayers should be taking the burden of. This is Vermont's issue, this is Maine's issue, it's not our issue. And I think that, as I said before, part of the reasoning for this funding originally was cited to be a lack of federal funds, and that's going to change from year to year. And I think that we should be able to adjust the amount that we put into this program year to year based on those changes, or biannually.
Thank you. Yes, Representative Orrs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for taking my question. So as somebody already said, I believe the border crossings last year alone exceeded 10 years of border crossings. And recently we had a mass murderer found in Rye. And knowing that the last group, I believe, that was caught coming over the border were Mexicans, you don't see a problem on our border from people south of our country?
Again, I would say that that data regarding the 300% increase is not New Hampshire specific data, and it's not about specifically crossings from Canada into New Hampshire. So it shouldn't be our funding going to solve other states' problems. And I would say that in those situations that you named, the Border Patrol did their job because those people were apprehended without this program in existence.
Follow up.
So I didn't mention anything about a 300% increase. I said over the years, we've exceeded 10 years growth. However, it is our problem if we have Mexicans, Brazilians, whoever, doesn't matter who they are, coming over our border. Why is our border, why is it Vermont's problem and Maine's problem, but not our problem if we have these people, including a mass murder, coming into our country? I mean, I don't understand your position.
I'm not aware of any other program we fund to deal with problems that happen in other states.
It's not another follow-up. It's not a different state's, it's our problem. They're coming over our border.
We can discuss this in a work
Thank you.
session. Thank you. Did you have a question, Representative Ellery?
Yes. 2-3 weeks ago, the National Hospitality Association put on a program right here in Concord regarding human trafficking and its effect. Are you aware that during that presentation, they indicated that the number of people coming across the New Hampshire border engaged in human trafficking had increased something like threefold, and the number of arrests had decreased due to lack of enforcement? Are you aware of that information from the National Hospitality Association?
I was not present at that event, so I wasn't aware of that information.
Thank you.
Representative Fellows.
Thank you. This is technical, so I'm not sure if you know the answer to it. I'm wondering if this is this a dedicated fund now? Because if it's a dedicated fund, then, and we're going to essentially move it to be pretty much the same as like any regular fund in the budget, if it needs to be in a different place in the RSAs.
I'm not 100% sure, but I believe it is a dedicated fund.
Yeah, maybe I'm sure somebody else will probably know the answer to that. Thank you.
I mean, the thing we do know is it's non-lapsing at the present time.
Does that mean it's in, well, my question, do we need to move it because it's non-lapsing, or can it be in this same RSA?
Rosa and Almy, do you have a answer to that?
The dedicated funds are spread all over the RSAs. They only appear together in 612. And I don't know whether this one is 612 or not. We haven't done safety for a while.
All right, thank you. Representative
But,
Representative Schamberg, and then we'll go to you.
Yeah, right.
Oh,
right.
okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To you, Mr. Chairman, will we be hearing from any state, local, or county officials today on this bill?
I don't know. I have 3 pink cards here. We'll see what we have. If we need to, we can hear, during a work session as well. Representative Almy.
Yes. Did you know that Senator Shaheen has asked for the information, the breakdown of the information? It's New York, Vermont, New Hampshire, Maine. And it's all in one group, and she has asked for it, I think, 5 times now, and has never gotten an answer. So I doubt very much that New Hampshire Hospitality was using anything except the state, the 4-state statistic.
Who was that a question to? Was that a?
Yeah. Did you know?
I did not know. Thank you.
All right. Anything else? Thank you.
Thank you.
And if you'd fill out a pink card, I'd appreciate it. All right. Next, I have Christine Wellington.
Oh, thank you. Sorry about that. Mr. Chair and members of the committee, I'm Christine Wellington. I live in Derry, and my colleague Grace Kandecki is also here with me, and she has also filled out a pink card to talk about and hopefully fill in some of the questions about this bill.
Before you continue, let's just have Grace introduce herself.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Grace Kandecki. I'm the program coordinator with the American Friends Service Committee. So thank you for taking our testimony today.
I sent you an email from our group, the New Hampshire Immigrants' Rights Network, early evening yesterday that explains in detail some of the questions folks have had. And we support changing the funding from non-lapsing to an evidence-based program that goes through the normal budgetary process. It's our opinion that this program, the Northern Border Alliance, is not based on any data that would support the expenditure of $1.4 million on a yearly basis. We've communicated with the Department of Safety about this and had very productive conversations about their plans, but we still feel that there's no real basis for this. As Representative Murray said, our border is 53 miles. We're part of a sector called the Swanton sector, and it's true that in Vermont and New York State, the part of New York State that is part of the Swanton sector, there have been great increases. We've had a difficulty getting any data about the actual crossings into New Hampshire, but one of our other colleagues today has just gotten the actual data, and he will also be testifying. I believe he's put in a card now, Gilles Bissonnette from the ACLU. So the other thing is that there's a strong presence of federal border enforcement agents in the North Country. And the other factor that we really wanted the committee to know is that New Hampshire already receives federal funds for many aspects of security and anti-terrorism and border security through the Stone Garden program. New Hampshire's been receiving Operation Stone Garden federal funds for over 10 years, at least since 2011. And the last funding grant was $200,000. Those are based on applications where you have to establish why you need the money. And so those are evidence-based, and that's what the feds decided to give New Hampshire to work with the federal agents at the border to help secure the border. But fundamentally, we believe that this is a federal issue, that the federal programs are staffed and are supported. And I think that's really what our message is today, and Grace will add some other details.
So thank you to the committee. What I wanted to add was, in addition to being a part of this coalition that is focused on really putting some guardrails on this particular program, our organization has also worked very closely during the budget cycle as part of what we call the New Hampshire People's Budget Campaign, in order to ensure that public dollars are going into programs that are most needed for New Hampshire people. And so last year, when this line item was included in the budget, we were very disheartened because, again, as my colleague has said, there was very little data to support it. And instead, there was a lot of rhetoric that really was focused on immigrant communities, and really this idea that immigrant communities are harmful, or others are sort of these alien species that are coming to invade New Hampshire. And with the lack of data, what we were seeing was an increase in the sense of not belonging, of discomfort, and really pitting New Hampshire communities against one another. And so as our coalition has been able to do, we have been able to visit the North Country, to speak directly with North Country residents, to understand more deeply what is actually needed for folks who are living in the topmost half of our state. And what was clear is that people needed access to broadband. They needed more investments and resources into mental health and recovery treatment services. And instead, what our legislature decided to do was to increase the fund, to put funding towards a program that was not asked for, that was based on faulty data, and that was not being responsive to what New Hampshire communities were asking for and are actually in need of. And so there were wonderful things that were passed in the last year's budget that we were very proud to see, and that would certainly do a lot and go a long way into helping New Hampshire communities in order to live and thrive and work and go to school here in ways that build up their lives. And so and what we have seen in the work that we've done is that there are very few, if any, other programs that are both initially started and funded without any sort of guardrail, any sort of expectation to assess how well the program is running before simply just automatically renewing those funds every year. And so this legislation is an attempt to put some clear parameters around, is this program working? Because we know it wasn't needed in the first place. So is this program even needed? And I think it's really important, in order for this legislature to be good stewards of New Hampshire public money, of taxpayer dollars, to ensure that we are putting into place true parameters that says, okay, if we are going to allocate this much money, we are going to do so in a way that does not automatically renew it. And we know already that it is clear that this money could be used elsewhere where people really truly need it, especially our North Country residents. Happy to take questions.
Thank you. Representative Platt.
This country is built from immigrants. My grandparents came over, but they came over following law. You see no difference between people coming over following law and just coming over without any process of law?
So what I want to say, I'm also an immigrant representative. I came here as a toddler on a plane. And so I, to your point, also came in under what is considered like what I got into line, right? But as an advocate for immigration, what I have seen over and over and over again and have directly experienced myself, because even though I came here technically, legally, I became undocumented and lived undocumented for many, many years. Not because I did anything wrong, not because I somehow flouted the law, but because there was no process for me to actually naturalize. And so that is the case for too many people. For those of us who are immersed in the immigration system, we know too well that there are deep fault lines in our system. There are deep gaps that need to be addressed. And the fact is that people are coming here in part because they are looking for safety and security. And it is our responsibility as a leader, as a global leader, to create a system that actually allows people to come here legally. But what we have is a system that does not do that and instead penalizes and punishes people for attempting to seek safety and security.
May I just also refocus us on this particular issue, which is funding for a program for which there is no evidence it's needed, and to ask the legislature to just require, if this program is supportable, that we should use state taxpayer money for immigration type issues, that it be supported by evidence. So that's what this is about, and not the larger discussion about immigration policy. And so well said, Grace. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Seeing no other questions.
Thank you.
Next, I have Giles Bissonette.
Thank you, members of the committee. I'm just getting my information here. So my name is Gilles Bissonette. I'm the legal director at the ACLU of New Hampshire, and we are in support of this bill because we think this program is unsupported and unnecessary. And I think my general message to this committee today is, regardless of where you stand on immigration or the border, I would just like you to think from a fiscal perspective, is this juice worth the squeeze, so to speak? Is this actually a worthwhile use of what is a significant amount of money? $1.4 million may not seem like that in the grand scheme of things when you look at the overall state budget, but when you think about what this state could do with $1.4 million, whether it's funding teachers, whether it's funding broadband, whether it's funding affordable housing, I would submit that there is so many better ways to use this money. And that's because I don't think there's any data to support that this is necessary. And in fact, I think the data now shows that this is completely unnecessary. Why do I say that? Ever since this program was put forward by various individuals, we've been trying to get data, right? Is this a New Hampshire issue? Because the data that we had been given throughout is that, SWAT sector, there are issues. There are significant increases in apprehensions and encounters within the sector. May be true, but that SWAT sector is a big territory that doesn't just include New Hampshire, which is 58 miles, but it in total spans over 250 miles. So the bulk of that territory, actually principally includes New York and Vermont. So I think getting granular here is actually really important. Are these apprehensions occurring through channels principally that exist in New York or Vermont, or is this actually a New Hampshire problem? And we tried to get that data. We could not get that data from the state because the state did not have it, even though they were advancing a need for this proposal. Then we asked Border Patrol, all right, you have the data, right? You provide it, because we want to know whether this is a good use of resources, because we're all trying to be good stewards, right, of our taxpayers' money. And Border Patrol would not produce it. We filed a lawsuit seeking that information, where we were asking for disaggregated apprehension data. So you're giving us Swanton sector data. That's great, but we think it's important that it's broken down so we can all figure out whether this is really an issue here that's worthwhile use of funds. I have like breaking news for the committee because I literally just got that data this morning and wanted to present it to the committee because we have resolved that FOIA lawsuit. We had asked that the data be produced by the end of January. And they agreed to do that, and it was produced this morning. And the reason why I wanted it to be produced by the end of this month is so we could provide this information to this committee, so this committee could assess independently for itself whether this is a good investment or not. So I want to tell you what the data says. For a 15-month period, and this is
Mr.
between...
Yes?
I'm sorry.
Could we ask this data to be provided in the original source?
Yes, I actually plan on doing that. I haven't had an opportunity yet to write it up for the committee. We received an email from counsel for Border Patrol, and I'm going to convey that directly to the committee along with some written testimony from the ACLU, hopefully by the end of today.
Thank you.
So the data that was received is that from October 2022 to December 2023, there were 21 apprehensions and encounters. Though that 21 figure actually principally concerned 16 of those 21 actually only implicated two kind of separate incidents that occurred in June and September 2023. So we have 21 apprehensions for this 15-month window. Let's break that down even further. So when this program was promulgated back in early 2023, there was advocacy done to say this is necessary because Swanton sector increases have been monumental during that time. And that might be true. But during that same 4-month time frame, there was only one apprehension in New Hampshire. So this was a New York, Vermont issue. It was never a New Hampshire issue based on the data that has been produced. Also, Border Patrol advocated back in January 2023 that there were 367 Swanton sector apprehensions in January 2023, which was asserted by them to be a significant increase. Again, January, there was only one in New Hampshire, which represents 0.27% of the apprehensions. So I just want to be, and also I would submit too that from October 2022 to December 22, there were also no apprehensions in New Hampshire, which was another 3-month window that was being asserted that there was a significant increase in Swanton sector apprehension. So I think all of this really demonstrates that this is not a New Hampshire issue, and I just think this is not a good use of funds now that we have this particular information. So I would really just ask the committee to just evaluate whether really this makes sense in light of this data. The apprehensions that have occurred, those 2 incidents in 2023, those were done by Border Patrol, not local officials. I think, again, is evidence that Border Patrol's there. I think if folks who've traveled around the North Country know that Border Patrol is there, and that there isn't really a need for this substantial amount of funds. I would also submit as well with respect to Stone Garden that there is already a federal funded program for increased law enforcement in the North Country. For when you look at the state has received $180,000 for fiscal year 2022, also $200,000 for fiscal year 2023. I am also of the understanding that for fiscal year 2022, of the $180,000 that was received, $54,000 actually went unspent by the state police. So if they're not spending all their money under that program, I think that does raise some concern as to whether or not this separate program using state taxpayer dollars is even necessary. So I think that concludes my testimony, and I just think the data doesn't support this, and I would ask that the committee vote odd to pass on this legislation.
Okay, thank you. One question I have on your pink card is you checked off that you oppose the bill.
Oh, I support it. That is a mistake on my part. My apologies, and thank you for that clarification. I oppose the program. I support the bill. Thank you, though. I appreciate that.
All right, I just made that change on
Thank
your
you.
card. Questions? Yes, Representative Fellows.
Yes, could you just explain to me, what the definition of like an apprehension, which that one I think I kind of understand, but encounters. So
Yeah, I think most of the data that we've received probably are arrests or apprehensions. I would have to kind of look actually at the Border Patrol definition of encounters. I'm happy to provide that to the committee if that would be helpful to the extent that there's a distinction there. I don't have that definition off the top of my head, and I apologize, but I'll provide that to the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Ellery.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question.
Thank you.
One of the things that has been obvious in the public point or from public perception,
Sure.
and having visited the southern border, I've seen it in detail. Is that when there's a gap someplace, the gap gets filled and used as a point of entry, illegal entry. If instead of a concerted effort across the northern border, where there has been admittedly an increase in entries, including human trafficking, including just plain immigration issues, would it not be reasonable to perceive that if an area in Vermont and New York is blocked off, and then the area in Maine is blocked off, that the weak point would then become the funnel? And taking into consideration the increase in human trafficking and the fact that 93 is considered to be a human traffic corridor and has been for a long time. I remember that from my testimony or from testimony by both the DEA and the Border Patrol when I was sitting in criminal justice 20 years ago. Would that not be accurate?
I don't think it would be reasonable, and I just want to explain why. All the border is not, it's not a one size fits all. All border territory is not the same. And I think when you look at the southern border and you look at the northern border, there are probably, I would submit, very good reasons, in fact, why the 58 miles of New Hampshire Canadian border are less trafficked. And that's because it is, unlike certain portions of the New York Vermont border, incredibly inhospitable for those types of crossings. I would submit that that is probably one of the reasons why this is less of a New Hampshire problem, and maybe an issue for some of the other states in the Swanton sector, but it's not necessarily an issue here. I think that's my response, number one, but also, and I think that's borne out by the data. Number two, Border Patrol covers that territory, and I don't think there's any evidence to think that they, have failed in their duties. And in fact, the apprehensions that we have are apprehensions, again, by Border Patrol. So to me, this is all just a numbers situation. Is there an actual problem in New Hampshire? And I just don't see it. I think there have been a lot of assumptions made based on other portions of the Swanton sector, but there are real reasons to think that, this is different because portions of the border are different for various reasons.
Yes, Representative Bolton.
So I think the most compelling thing that, thank you, Mr. Chair. The most compelling thing that I think you indicated was 54,000 of the 180,000 of the Stone Garden funds were returned and unspent. And I'm just wondering if it hits, if those funds are pretty much targeted to the same enforcement,
Yes.
or the funds that we're looking at go through state police.
That's a really great point, right? Because I think the program, this is a state program that I think is kind of designed to do some of the same things, right? That the federal Stone Garden program has done. The federal Stone Garden program is a grant making program with federal funds. This is a state grant making program. I think a lot of the recipients are going to be some of the same police departments. And I think at least for fiscal year 2022, when you had 30% of the funds unspent, why do we need more funds from the state taxpayers? That's my perspective.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Next, I have Carlos Cardona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, committee, for hearing my testimony. I'm not an expert on the issue. I just simply come here as a resident of Laconia, New Hampshire. I also happen to serve on the Indigenous Commission here for the state of New Hampshire. I do not have an official statement from them as we didn't have enough time to meet before you guys were hearing this committee, but I think it's important to hear, at least from one Indigenous person, the take on this. The state is in dire need for other programs to be fully funded, especially like public education, where it actually serves our communities. And the fact that we're sitting here on whether we want to keep funding programs that don't need the money at the northern border, where there is data that backs it up that shows that there is not an issue here in the state of New Hampshire, where we're focusing on a problem, if there is any, that should be federally. I believe that there are many of you here on this committee that are actually really good people that do understand this issue. It's a humanitarian crisis happening in this country, not an illegal immigration issue. So I hope that you will put these funds towards the programs that really desperately need it in this state. We have a housing crisis in this state. We have many issues. I live in Laconia. We have 400 homeless people in our city. And part of that was motivated by the fact that COVID and what happened to the shelter program that got put in Laconia. So let's focus on putting those money towards those programs to solve those issues in our community, not on further dividing our communities. And I do want to say immigrants are not our problem. My family's originally from many parts of the world. And I am very proud that I'm an American, that I have served my country. I was in AmeriCorps for many years. So I would hope that this committee will continue to talk about immigrants in a respectful manner and what they have contributed, whether they came from Ireland, Italy, Mexico, Brazil, or whatever country you came from or your families came from. Thank you.
Question? No questions? Okay. I have no more pink cards. Is there anyone else who would like to testify on this bill? Yes.
If not, could I ask one question to the sponsor? Quick one.
Sure. Is there anyone else who wants to testify on this bill? Okay. Sure.
Thank you. Representative Murray, there is no 612 number for this program, which means it doesn't undergo the regular 5-year oversight that all the other dedicated funds do. I wonder if you would object to a pending putting it in 612.
What difference would that make with the legislation?
It only makes the difference that it will be recognized as a dedicated fund of the state of New Hampshire and looked at every 5 years by a committee that's trying to see is this overspending or underspending what it's got is the main criteria.
Prefer the bill in its form now, but if that's the action the committee chooses to take, I would support that.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Representative Fellows.
Mr. Chair, I see there's somebody from the state police here. I just wanted to ask a question. This is RSA 21-P:70, and I'm wondering if we still have 21P:68 on the books. It's cross-border drug interdiction program. Does that person know? He's looking it up.
Okay.
Yes.
Your name, sir?
Good morning. I'm Brendan Davey. I'm a captain with the state police, and state police takes no position on this bill. So strictly to answer your question, Representative, it does appear that 21P:68 is still a law in effect.
And follow up?
Follow up?
Do you know if it has a report Do you know anything about the budget, the report, or anything? I mean, I know, hate to spring it on you like that, but.
This is not not an area of my material focus, and so I can't answer that question for you, ma'am. It would appear on the law that that is still a requirement, but I've not been involved in such a report.
Can I just ask that you send us that, look up that information, send it to the committee?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, is there anyone else who would like to testify on HB 1054? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. We have 1193. Are you ready for 1193?
No, sir.
Okay. Okay, the committee will come to order, and the time being 11:13, I will open the public hearing on HB 1193, and welcome Representative Joe Sweeney up to introduce the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and great to see the members of the House Ways and Means Committee again this morning. Representative Joe Sweeney from Rockingham 25, the town of Salem. I rarely think when I file legislation or when I have an idea that I would consider it a great idea. However, I was validated when I filed this with OLS that it was a great idea, as Representative Rochefort from your committee was concurrently filing very similar legislation that then merged into this bill for the child care tax credit. Now, there were some issues on my end and with OLS in getting the bill drafted as we saw fit. And I think you as the committee will be able to work on it. And there are some suggested changes in the post-fiscal note about the bill and changes that can be made to strengthen the bill and make it a little bit stronger on the policy points to which I think members of your committee are in tune with that need to be made. But the impotence behind this bill in establishing a child care tax credit in New Hampshire is very simple. We're obviously in an era where child care expenses are making it harder for our state to attract and retain young families, to encourage young families to stay in New Hampshire, to have their children in the state. And so we also have a limited number of options from the state level as to what we can do in order to facilitate a better market for child care facilities in the state of New Hampshire. We have a special committee on child care that's been looking at recommendations over the last year, and I commend their efforts for the state of New Hampshire in identifying the small incremental ways in which we can make things better. And this child care tax credit has not been discussed with the child care committee yet, but I think it's a small incremental way in which we can make the child care situation in New Hampshire a little bit better, essentially by targeting for employers with eligible employees their ability to write off from their state business taxes incurred child care expenses up to a certain limit in order to help retain their young workers, to encourage those young workers to pursue having a family with the cost of childcare not being a factor in them not starting their family and staying in the state of New Hampshire. I think we can all agree that the best benefit, the best social program is a good job. And that's not something that the state can really get in the way of mandating certain benefits or whatnot. But this is just an opportunity and incentive for existing employers to begin offering assistance in childcare expenses to their employees. I'm happy to take questions on the bill. There are other experts on here behind me, I believe. And obviously, I just really do want to give a shout out to, he's not testifying on the bill, but Representative Rocherford is the real impotence behind most of the real policy in the bill. Mine was just the overarching concept of allowing employers to write off childcare expenses.
Okay, great. Thank you. Questions for Representative Sweeney? Representative Elmy?
Thank you. I would not consider this small. A tax credit removes money from the jurisdiction of the Finance Committee and can balloon into an incredible amount of money or can end up not being used by anybody. And it is very difficult to tell ahead. You have capped the first part of this at $10 million a year. Our business profits tax is showing signs of decreasing at this point. Every other state is showing revenue decreases as the federal stimulus ends. And your second part, the expenditures for maternity or paternity leave has no cap whatsoever, and they are incapable of estimating it in the fiscal note. So, have you thought about what this might do to housing funding, or this might do to the funding that goes on in the state budget on a routine matter that in Health and Human Services or in other sectors that will have to be cut if this does balloon?
So I think I appreciate the question. I think based off of where the current surpluses are lining up, this is not going to create a hole in the New Hampshire budget. A $10 million cap in the first instance will just incentivize businesses and employers to be able to retain their employees, which has a value into the economy that we can't quantify with state tax dollars and revenues. The second part about allowing employers to expand, if needed, the maternity and paternity leave that's currently offered to their employees and then be able to write off those additional expenses to their tax cuts, I think is just smart pro-family policy that we're lacking in the state, and that we can really move the ball forward for young families and our employers in order to retain the workforce that they need to be successful so that our economy can continue to grow without losing knowledge and talent to other states with more reasonable and friendly child care tax credit policies.
Representative Ames.
I'm wondering about the scope of this bill, and this tax credit would apply, as I read it, only to employees of businesses that pay significant enough business profits tax to be able to take and use for the purposes described here this tax credit, so that, if I understand this correctly, and that's my question to you, this leaves out of this support for childcare all the employees of all the businesses that are not able to take advantage of this business profits tax credit.
Well, so if I'm understanding your dilemma correctly, it sounds as if we're just not taxing small businesses enough that they would be able to write off their expenses.
No, that's not it.
No, if a business is not large enough to produce the sorts of revenues in which we're taxing them at a rate in which writing off their childcare expenses that they're providing makes sense to them, then we're already not taxing that.
That's right.
And there's another bill that we can cut those business taxes further if we want to release that burden on those small businesses. But this bill is just providing a vehicle for employers to provide childcare services and pay for those expenses to their employees that are existing. There's no limitation in the bill for how large or how small a tax-paying entity has to be to apply for this tax credit. But the dilemma you're citing is just a sense of reality that we have small businesses in the state that aren't paying a high share of taxes because we've cut taxes, and we can continue to provide relief by cutting taxes as well. This is simply one piece in a long, big puzzle to provide relief to Granite Staters and to make employers incentivized to provide childcare if they're able to do so. This isn't a mandate. This is an option for employers to pursue.
Representative Fellows, and then Representative Ellery.
Do businesses get any kind of federal tax credit for childcare that they provide? Or
I do not believe so.
just in,
Follow up?
some places might provide childcare on site. That would be just an expenditure for the business, correct?
And I think under this bill, if they're providing, obviously they would be providing a licensed childcare facility on site. They would be allowed to take those expenses and write off it from their BET or BPT.
But not a tax credit.
No, they could get a tax credit for that expenditure. If the business is incurring an expense for the deliverance of childcare,
I'm talking about federal.
Federal, I'm not aware of. I'm saying in this bill, the proposal for the state is that they would be able to write off those incurred childcare expenses from their state taxes.
As a credit, as opposed to it.
As a tax credit, yes.
Is it but so if we didn't have tax credit, they can right now they can write it off as an expenditure, correct?
From their federal taxes, and it would lower their sure.
Or state. Sorry.
From the expenditure side of things, yes, they could write it off as an expenditure, but this is specifically to incentivize childcare expenses going forward.
Thank you.
Representative Ellery, followed by Representative Platt.
Thank you for taking my question. The question that was asked by Representative Fells was regarding expenditure. Right now, if industry, let's take a huge one, with a couple thousand employees, offers daycare or childcare on campus, that's not a business expense. Therefore, that's just done out of the largesse of the business to attract employees, and some do offer that currently. However, if this bill were to pass, then they could take up to at least $100,000 for that expense. So a smaller company in New Hampshire could offer daycare and could cover the cost of one or two employees under that $100,000. So do you see this bill as benefiting the largest employer collectively in the state, that is the small business, benefiting more than the large business? And that's the first question, and a follow-up, Mr. Chair.
No, I appreciate the question, and as the bill pertains, I think you're right. I think this benefits any business that pursues the tax credit. With an individual cap of $100,000 and a total program cap of $10 million, it's going to be a lot of businesses filling up that $10 million cap.
And follow up. Yeah, the follow up on that is, where did this $10 million cap come from? Is it going to be that way? Does it need to be that high? What's the justification for that number?
Yep, and I think that was part of Representative Rochefort's original draft of it. I don't want to speak for him on that provision, but I think it's a good starting point for where we can go with the program to see where the need is and where the justification is. Because right now, obviously, we don't really have a good sense of what the need out there is.
One further follow-up.
Sure.
Would there be any positive effect to something of this taking place if instead of a tax cap, this could be allowed as a business expense for New Hampshire taxation?
I wouldn't be opposed to that strategy either. And I think as the Ways and Means Committee, you already have to make changes to the bill based on the department notes. And I think that's a great for your discussions in executive session to pursue.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Platt, did you have a question?
Maybe there's a bit of a question left after Representative Ellery's colloquy. Isn't it a business expense now that they could count as an offset to their taxes?
Not currently, no.
Any other questions? Representative Shamberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative. Following up on Representative Ullery's question about the 10 million, going back to line D, page 112, shall not exceed 100,000 for any taxpayer in a taxable year. Where does that number come from?
That is just based off of ensuring that it's not just large corporations in the state taking the full $10 million cap. So it's kind of related to the $10 million cap, that you wouldn't want one employer to take a significant amount of the overall cap. So limiting it to up to $100,000 per taxpayer per year. So it's really just proportional to the 10 million.
Follow up. Is there a priority list? Is there items that a company would have to, or a business would have to make, other than, do they have to have a certain number of employees, or do they have to have, it's just an open
to any Granite State employer to utilize.
All right. Seeing no more questions, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Next, I have Representative Berry.
Thank you. My name is Representative Ross Berry. I represent Hillsborough 39, Manchester South End, Ward 6, 8, and 9. I'm the chair of the Special Committee on Childcare. We are tasked with finding solutions to increase access, affordability, and maintaining quality childcare in the state of New Hampshire. So I'm here to kind of talk about support for this bill, maybe some things that I think the committee should take a look at, and maybe some proposed changes. So the first question I would have about the bill, I love the bill in concept. Let me start off with, I support the bill. I support the bill in concept. I want to kind of answer a couple of questions to Representative Almey's point. We're talking about people who qualify for the state scholarship. So we're not talking about every child going into childcare. We're talking about the select few that are on the state scholarship. In my center that I own, it's about 1 out of every 6 children. Those numbers obviously will vary center to center, community to community. The way the state scholarship works is the state covers a portion of the cost based on the survey that they do every 3 years, based on the median cost for that child's age group. And then they have a little grid that they use based on the family's income, and juxtaposed against federal poverty level, and the state produces a cost share value for the parents, right? So if you're on the state scholarship, you don't get to go to child care centers for free. I don't believe anybody does. I think they pay as little as like $5 sometimes. The more income they make, the more they have to pay. So you're not talking about a like massive swath of like covering $300 a week per child across the board per employer. You're talking about what I assume this is doing is I assume it's covering the cost share part, which is the parents' part. So you're talking about covering a much smaller portion of the tuition. So that would include their cost share, and then any overage that the child care center charges higher than the state median income, higher than the state median price for the scholarship. So what exactly that fiscal impact is, I'm not sure. I would have trouble envisioning a world in which it got to $10 million. I wouldn't say it's not possible, but once again, you're talking about people who are currently 250% poverty level and below, and then I assume you're talking about their cost share, which is an even smaller portion of their actual tuition. So ways that this might be beneficial. Obviously, you're dealing with working class people at this income rate. You're talking about relieving them, anywhere between $5 and up to like $120 a week off of somebody who's a 250% lower federal poverty standard. I wouldn't envision like, BAE or companies such as that, which has high salaries, taking advantage of this. I would envision this being more used for, Dunkin' Donuts workers or other kind of entry-level workers, a lot of single mothers in those situations, taking that cost share load off of them. that's the part of it that I wanted to speak to. Happy to answer any questions about it. The one thing I did want to point out is in the law, in the way it's written, it says eligible. So I'm not aware of anybody who's eligible who doesn't go on it. But in theory, you could have somebody who is not eligible and not on it. And then obviously, I guess this would cover the entire cost of the tuition. So I'll try to answer any questions. I know that was a lot really quickly, but I'll try to answer any questions I can.
Thank you. Representative Platt?
Yes, since it's introduced to our committee, it's now our bill to make amendments to.
Yep.
But if you have help on what amendments to make, that would be great.
Yeah, so the first thing I would do is on line 11, I would detach the qualifications on income level. I would just say if they qualify for the scholarship. The scholarship does change. We just expanded it in the last budget. So that would give the language more flexibility going forward. I would also clarify that it goes to the cost share, which is what I believe the intention is, because otherwise you would be effectively you might be subsidizing the fund, which we did hear testimony about how we wanted businesses to take more of a larger role in the cost of childcare. So there's something to be said for that, but I think the committee needs to make a decision. I believe the intention is to cover the cost share, but you could make an argument as to why it should be first this and then the scholarship, which would make the actual fund of the scholarship healthier and other opportunities for expansion if that's the way the legislator wanted to go.
Representative Almy?
Thank you. I'm totally lost. What? I have never heard of the state child care scholarship program.
Yep. So the state scholarship program is federally funded. And it covers exactly kind of what the very last page in the methodology talk about it. I think it's page 4. They talk about it. It's the feds give us a certain amount of money in a partnership where the state covers the tuition for low income families. So we just made some changes to the scholarship. The first thing that got changed was we used to have an attendance-based model. So basically the state would only pay when the child was present and the child had a certain number of limited absences. Providers reached out and said they wanted to move to an attendance-based model, which is what most states do. So now it's attendance-based. So that obviously increased the draw from that pool of funding. But that's money that we get to basically subsidize low childcare for low income families. The fund, I've said this before in committee, and I believe there's only one instance, and Representative Wallner could probably correct me if I'm wrong, because she knows way more about this than I do. I believe there's only one instance in recent memory where the fund ran out of money, and then I believe at that point they create a wait list. So that's something that I'm personally very cautious of, but I don't believe that this bill as written would impact that. The only way I could see it impacting that is if it put more people on to the scholarship that currently qualify that aren't on it. But once again, I don't believe that's a large pool of people. Most childcare centers, like when we onboard at our center, we always ask, do you qualify? Here's all the paperwork, and you can go do it because we take the state scholarship. I would say the overwhelming vast majority of childcare centers take the state scholarship. It's very simple. The state always pays, right? I don't have to go and track down a payment from the state. But basically what happens is at the end of every week, child care centers submit their attendance logs for the individual children that are on the scholarship. They submit the amount charged. The state generates the parents' cost share, and then what the state's going to cover. So what happens is you bill the parent for their cost share, and the state sends you the rest. And it's on a sliding income scale. It's all available online. But it's federal poverty level income scale, so it's based on number of people in the household and how much money you make based on gross income.
Could I
follow up?
I don't understand how this has to do with what I thought this bill was about, which is on child care provided by an employer on site.
I don't believe, does it say on site?
For big places.
because it says payments to a childcare provider.
Yeah, payments,
I don't remember it saying it on site.
yeah, it may not, it may not,
If I'm wrong, I don't believe it. Remember
Be
saying it on
on
site. I don't believe the bill would be written in such a way because there aren't many employers that do that. I know a question
Yeah,
was raised
it's-
about
it's
how that
very
would be.
difficult.
Yeah, a question would be raised. I mean, it's a very highly regulated industry. I mean, it's over 100 pages of regulations. I don't see a employer jumping into that unless they have to. It'd be much easier just to do actually kind of what I believe the intent of this bill is, which is to subsidize at a offsite facility.
but through employers that use it to reduce their BPT, BET.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's that's kind of your guys' world. It's not mine. I am a business owner. Obviously, I own a childcare center. I could say in mine, I provide a grossly discounted rate for my teachers, right? And I have people that work for us because they want, close to free childcare. So I think that there's a question of how that would be handled. I'm not exactly sure how that would be handled, but I know that that's a pretty common practice in the childcare industry. But what I envision this as is they're basically they would be covering to a certain extent the portion that the state doesn't pay and taking that off of the parental burden. So once again, you're not talking about the whole tuition. In fact, you're talking about a very low percentage of the tuition. I think always less than 50%.
Representative Schamberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative, for taking this question. On line 10, it does mention the New Hampshire Child Care Scholarship Program. How much federal money does the state get for that program?
I want to say it's 26.8 million. What is it? Do you know what, MJ? Yeah, it's about 30. I think the last number I saw was 26.8. It's about 30 million.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's state and federal. But yeah, it's
What follow up then?
Follow up?
First, I thought it was federal. Now it is state and federal. How
So,
much?
well, it's mostly state, like overwhelmingly majorities. I mean, mostly federal. Excuse me, mostly
All
federal
right.
money.
I just want to make sure
apologize.
I'm getting this.
Yeah, it's Fed money. It's Fed money. That's
Okay.
sweet Fed money.
Thank you.
Representative Ulrey, do you have a question?
Do you know the split?
No, not off the top of my head.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any other questions?
But to my that point, this bill doesn't really affect it, right? You're talking about the portion that it doesn't cover. So I not to dodge the question, I just told you I don't know the answer, but I think the question's moot because you're not talking about the actual scholarship. You're talking about the portion of tuition that the scholarship doesn't cover, which is obviously not covered by the state or the feds. It's covered by the parents.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Wouldn't it also make sense to, we're talking about the New Hampshire Child Care Scholarship Program, and they're getting help. And it's been my experience as an employer that, that's great that those people are getting help, but it's actually the people that are just above that line that really need the help. I've given raises and people come back to me and said, I wish I hadn't got the raise because now I don't qualify for anything. So wouldn't it make sense to maybe even increase the qualifications to above that line to as a sliding scale to help folks get some relief?
Yeah, so I'll let you guys answer the money question on that because that's your job. As a policy position, the missing middle with childcare is the group that gets hit the hardest. And I've had parents in tears when they've missed the threshold by a couple $100 because it's a significant drop off. I mean, the fund does taper, right? As you make more money, the amount that they pay does taper off, but there is quite a cliff. And we are working on other things to address that. But there is no easy answer. Childcare, infant care in the state of New Hampshire costs about $15,000 a year because it operates on a 4-to-1 teacher ratio. Right, child care centers do not make any money on infant care. They are loss leaders or break-even leaders, if you will, inside the business world. But yeah, that missing middle, that'd be a conversation you guys as a committee have to have because that would increase the cost of this, or it could increase the cost of this dramatically because obviously now you're talking about an unfunded part from the child care scholarship. So now you are talking about a full tuition bill that would be able to be written off.
So Elmi,
Yes, do you think that it would work bureaucratically if we're basing it off the New Hampshire Child Care Scholarship Program, but when you get above the level that is, you're turning to the employers that actually make enough BPT, BET that they can use the offering.
So I think the way that it would probably work is the child care center would probably bill the employer. I believe the payments are to be made directly to the center. I believe that's in there. That's probably the way to do it. Child care centers, especially dealing with the state scholarship, are already dealing with a split billing situation, right? As I said, they're billing the state for one side of it and the parent for the other. And we do have to produce tax documents for parents so that they can do the child care tax write-off. They were actually all due today, so I got a lot of inquiries about that from my parents. But I don't think it would be hard to produce that number to an employer from a childcare side, because it's like billing another parent, right? You have parents, children from split households, right? I might bill dad this side and mom this side, and they each pay their separate portions. I think that's how it would probably work in practice. Every childcare center that accepts the state scholarship has a state vendor ID already, so they're already kind of in the bureaucratic system. You're not really, I'm definitely not for burdening childcare centers with more stuff. In fact, I've submitted a suite of bills to undo some of the stuff that we burden childcare centers with. But I would imagine childcare centers would like this as another funding source that's probably more reliable than a parent.
okay, thank you very much. I have a pink card for the DRA, Lauren O'Sullivan and Keen Meng Wong.
Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Lauren O'Sullivan. I am the Senior Financial Analyst at the Department of Revenue.
Good morning. I'm Keen Ming Wong, Tax Policy Counsel with the DRA.
The Department of Revenue does not take a position on this bill, so we are just here today to point out just some of the items that we had pointed out in the fiscal note in need of to either be addressed or some clarification. And we're also here to answer any questions that you may have. So let me begin. On line 19, the term research and development occurred is stated in the bill. We suggest amending that language to read the qualified expenditures paid. We also suggest additional language to be provided to clarify the types of expenditures that qualify for the maternity or paternity leave portion of the bill. And we also suggest additional language.
Excuse me for a
Yes.
minute. Is that in the document you're sending around?
Yes.
Okay.
This is a fiscal note quick guide that we're passing around. You may have had it emailed, but this is the hard. Okay. Okay. So that's what
can
we're
I-
providing here today.
Yes.
Can I just ask you that you repeat that slowly so we absorb your points one at a time?
No. Absolutely. So I'll just start again from the top. So on line 19 of the bill, where the term research and development occurred, that's the language in there. We suggest amending that language to read qualified expenditures paid. We also suggest additional language be provided to clarify the types of expenditures that qualify for the maternity or paternity leave. And we also suggest additional language in the proposed RSA 77-A colon 5 17 and RSA 77E3F to clarify that the taxpayer may choose to apply the child care credit against the BET, BBT, or a combination of the both, because it can be read that it could be stacked. That's one interpretation. So just to make that clear, that if that is the intent or not the intent of the bill. We also suggest additional clarifying language added to Section 2 of the bill, clarifying whether the credit allowed is 50% of the expenditures for maternity or paternity leave greater than the 12 weeks, or if it's the full expenditures of the maternity paternity leave greater than 12 weeks. Because the way it reads, it's like the 50% under the Paid Family Leave Act, or the 12 weeks. And we weren't sure if that's at 50 or 100%. Anything to add?
Also, just based on the conversation that was had earlier on with the previous testimony, I think a lot of the discussion was on the qualification of the I guess the taxpayer or the employee. If there is going to be any changes to that, I would say, to be honest, we're not very familiar with the New Hampshire Child Care Credit Scholarship Program, and if the qualification of the taxpayer or the employee hinges on that that item or that qualifying for that program, I think we probably would need more specific clarification as to the specific statute or specific requirements that needs to be met, so that it's clearer to the DRA when we administer this program.
And that point you just made, that is not in this handout.
No.
Okay.
You couldn't find the RSA.
No, we had not focused on that piece when we were preparing this fiscal note. We were just more focused on, okay, can we calculate the numbers? How does this really work? Yeah, and also I think on the back of the at the back of the bill where the fiscal note is attached, where it mentions the to be eligible for the New Hampshire Child Care Credit Program, federal poverty guidelines can exceed 250%. That last line there, I believe that is added in by the LBA. I suspect as much. On the back of the bill page, the last page of the bill, the last line. Yeah, I believe that might have been added in by the LBA.
Yeah, Representative Platt.
I was perhaps a bit too lazy, and in my notes I said, please see fiscal note for other points, but you just made a point that's not in the fiscal note. Would you please repeat it?
The point that I was making was just to seek additional clarification if based on the previous testimony that the qualification for the program hinges on specifically on the qualification of the New Hampshire Child Care Scholarship Program, and whether it is the to cover the cost sharing portion or not the cost sharing portion. So that kind of clarification would be important for the administration of this program.
Yes, Representative Fellows.
Thank you. I asked a question earlier about a business and under federal tax law, what can they do if they want to offer like childcare vouchers to employees, or if they wanted to have an on-site childcare facility? Can they claim that those expenditures as are they just expenditures of the company, or does the federal government have any tax credit related to childcare?
Unfortunately, the way the New Hampshire business taxes calculations start is from the
Federal.
Yeah. So I guess the short answer is we don't know, because the way we calculate the New Hampshire business taxes is from line 28 of the federal return. That's before any credits that's considered by the federal return.
So you're telling me you don't know.
Yeah. So essentially, the
So they-
starting point for to calculate the New Hampshire side of the taxes is line 28 before credits. So if there's a federal credit that's allowed on the federal side, that would not flow through to the New Hampshire return unless there's some kind of specific legislation that allows that.
Follow up?
And if they can claim it as an expenditure,
Yep. If it's claimed as expenditure, it will be before line 28, and that will flow through to the New Hampshire return.
and
Yep.
do you know if they can claim it as an expenditure?
On the federal side,
Why not?
yeah, if it's an allowed deduction that's by the federal by the Internal Revenue Code, yeah, it will be allowed in that sense. And then so the New Hampshire tax laws piggybacks off the IRC of 2018. So if that's allowed on the federal side, we would then that would flow through, and there would be no adjustment for that deduction on the New Hampshire side unless there's some additional legislation on the New Hampshire side that changes that.
Just one more follow-up. So forget about child tax credits. Are there other kinds of expenditures that the state of New Hampshire allows them to add in or to subtract maybe? So you're starting out with that line 28. And then are there certain kinds of expenditures or credits that the federal government didn't already take that they're allowed to deduct for the New Hampshire business tax?
Are you talking about
profits?
just child care related or just
No, anything.
Any credit? Oh yeah, there's all sorts of other.
There's a
business credit.
section in the BPT statute for additions and deductions. So there are additions and deductions as well. That's on top of what's on the federal line 28. Yes, there are. Yep.
Okay, Representative Alma, you look like you want to ask a question.
I'm just trying to figure out how complex it would be trying to put together
Microphone.
trying to figure out how complex it would be to put together New Hampshire tax law and a tax credit within that with this child care scholarship program as a basis, starting as a basis for it, which is what we seem to be doing. Because one is dealing with families, and each family is given a different level of support depending on how big it is and how poor it is. And the other is dealing with businesses and their employees.
Yeah, I can see that would be complicated because the way I read the bill is it is dependent on it references the taxpayer being the business organization. So the business organization would have paid certain expenditure for the qualifying expenditure for childcare, and then so in that sense, to try to go back to the New Hampshire childcare scholarship program, using that as the qualifier, I think we need to fully understand that program first, and then how legislation wants to determine that, okay, at which level the expenditure would then meet the requirement where this credit would then kick in. I think that would be a step-by-step approach there. I think probably the first step is just to fully understand the New Hampshire Child Care Scholarship Program.
Representative Spilsbury.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So without making a prediction of how soon or how likely it is that the total credits claimed would aggregate to 10 million. Just not trying to assign levels of predictability. But if that occurred, it would then require the DRA to recalculate all the credits and impose a pro rata limitation back on each individual taxpayer. Am I correct?
Yes, that would be correct. So it would be, I think it looks something like the R&D credit, where there's a cap on the credit. So we would have to wait for all the applications for any particular tax year to come in, and then to see if it exceeds the $10 million or not, and then do the necessary pro rata calculation. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Representative Ellery.
Thank you for taking my questions. The you just indicated that this appears to be a kind of a difficult or a administrative complexity in meshing the child credit program with the federal program with this particular tax credit. In your estimation from DRA stand, would it be more simpler? Is it more simpler?
Just simpler.
Would it be simpler to just allow a business expense deduction for the provision of, to a cap of, to an aggregate of type legislation, and then combine that with or piggyback that on top of whatever, if the federal government allows a business deduction? Would that make it easier for DRA to administer the bill? There we go. I got the question.
Just to backtrack on what I mentioned earlier. First off, I think we just need to, in terms of the complexity, is just to, first off, we need to understand the workings of the New Hampshire Child Care Scholarship Program, and essentially what are their qualifications and the thresholds, and then apply this legislation as to how it would then carry out. But then to answer your question, definitely yes. If it's just a straight up allowing an expenses deduction on the New Hampshire tax returns, without considering any other qualifications to be met. So, unless other than the taxpayer or the business organization having paid the expense directly to the child care provider, like what is stated in the bill, and then or maybe up to a certain amount of cap on the expense allowed. I think that would be more straightforward for sure. Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm thinking at this point, maybe we should, given there's some question about the child care scholarship program and how that connects, I'm wondering if we should defer any further questions to a work session and have you back at that time.
Yeah, the HHS.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay, was there anyone else that wanted to testify on HB 1193? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing on HB 1193. And we'll open the public hearing on HB 1470. Who's the sponsor? I'll invite the sponsor up, Representative Wilhelm, and if you'd fill out a pink card later.
Thank you, Chairman, and good afternoon, officially. For the record, my name is Representative Matt Wilhelm. I represent Hillsborough District 40, which covers Manchester wards 1, 3, 10, 11, and 12. This bill is pretty straightforward. It establishes a 3-member study committee, 1 senator and 2 representatives, to study the feasibility and impact of a low-income housing tax credit and file a report with recommendations by November of this year. First question, what is a low-income housing tax credit? This is a concept that has been successfully implemented at the federal level and in more than half of the states, with the goal of generating private investment in affordable housing. The way it works and some aspects vary, based on how each state implements it, is that developers are provided a credit on taxes owed for investments in affordable housing. The federal government has a low-income housing tax credit program, which was established in 1986 under the Reagan administration. Under the federal program, developers are offered non-refundable and transferable tax credits to subsidize the construction and rehabilitation of housing developments that have strict income limits for eligible tenants and their cost of housing. Since it was created, the federal program has subsidized over 47,500 projects and 3.13 million housing units, uses an average of $8 billion in foregone revenue, to subsidize the costs of building more than 107,000 units across 1,411 projects each year. 28 other states have implemented some version of their own low-income housing tax credit program, including every other state in New England. The programs vary widely with respect to duration of the tax credit term and the share of the contribution against which the credits may be claimed, the eligible activities and affordability requirements, and other program features, which is very much why calling for a study in this bill. There's so many different ways that you can go about structuring the program. Some states separate their tax credit program from the federal low-income housing tax credit program, while others piggyback on the federal tax credit and automatically award state credits to investors in the federal program to help fill gaps in development costs. I don't have to tell all of you, but here in New Hampshire, we desperately need more housing, especially affordable housing, to ensure that our businesses have the workers that they need and seniors have a place to downsize and young people can afford to move to our state. It can be challenging for developers to make the financial math work for workforce housing and affordable housing options. This is true for for-profit, nonprofit, and housing authorities. Developers utilize capital stacks that line up all the various funding sources to make a project work. And there are limited state-level financial tools available for affordable housing at a time when we desperately need it. We have the Affordable Housing Fund, we have InvestNH. These are programs that support affordable housing, but this is intentionally a broader program. The study would determine how the tax credit is implemented, including which agency or organization would award and administer it. As I was sitting and listening to the previous bill, which prescribes a new tax credit program, House Bill 1470 would create space to study the issue over the summer and fall and allow for a vetted proposal to be ready for the legislature to consider as part of next year's budget cycle. So, I would encourage you, consider the bill, but also want to encourage you to consider an amendment to expand the duties to consider other tax incentives to increase the production and affordability of housing and encourage the study committee to recommend proposed legislation for the 2025 session. I've got a draft of that proposed amendment, just makes a minor tweak to number 3, duties, and I'll pass that around. But, this is really an opportunity for businesses to reduce their New Hampshire tax burden by investing in desperately needed affordable housing options. It's a real win-win for housing and for our businesses. So happy to take questions, but also recognize that we've got some real housing experts behind us.
Okay. Representative Platt.
Yes, thank you. I saw that you were reading from prepared notes. Would you mind submitting them?
Absolutely.
You were speaking 5 times faster than I could type.
You bet.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
Representative Fellows.
Yes, I'm just wondering if we could see that amendment
Yeah.
before we let you get out of your chair. I mean,
Absolutely.
you can get out of the chair to hand that around.
I'm going to do that real quick.
Because one of my concerns is the scope of it, and just from the basic bill, it doesn't define it very well.
Notes?
In the note. I don't have copies for everybody, Representative Platt, but I'll make sure you get them.
Representative Almy, followed by Representative Rochefort.
Yes, do you have something that explains, or is someone else going to provide something that explains the federal program?
We
that
can get
you're
you more
basing
information
this
on that.
And why only 2 people?
Well, that is certainly, I'll answer the second part of the question first. That is certainly up to your committee to decide what is in the final package that we vote on the floor. So if you want to expand it, please feel free. Just a jumping off point. As for the federal LIHTC or the low income housing tax credit program, I think some of the issue experts may be able to share more about that. But we can also get you some additional information, Representative Almy.
Representative Wilhelm, does your amendment fully replace the current bill?
I think in bold, I don't now have a copy of it, but I think in
Okay.
bold was the addition.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Did you have a follow-up or
Oh, he
another
has a
question? All right.
question
Oh, right.
first.
Representative Rochefort.
Okay.
It must be a separate question. Okay.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I understand where you're getting at, and just to talk about the low income housing. I mean, that certainly is an issue, but also what I'm hearing a lot of is workforce housing. I mean, it's not necessarily low income, but there are people that have jobs, they are making money, they still can't find housing. Would you be willing to expand this to look at those solutions as well?
Thanks for the question, Representative. Certainly open to that, but do want to put the federal program front and center because I think depending on how a program is structured, it may need to fit into the federal guidelines for low income housing, but certainly open to other possibilities to address workforce housing.
Representative Ullery.
Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. This may come off as harsh, but it's not meant that way. Because this is an issue. It's an important issue. You want to have this report done by November? How the? Put any adjective in there you want to. Is this going to get done in that short period of time when we don't meet in August? It's an election year. That leaves October and November. Well, it leaves October because November you got the election, and then after that, people are going to care or they're not going to care, depending upon what happened in their own individual election cycle. In addition, you have 3 people, and yet you're going to be bringing in information with all the additions and everything else from it would seem that you would need someone from fiscal or finance. You would need someone from health and human services committees to be involved. You need somebody from ways and means to be involved as to the effect on the. It seems to me that however well-intentioned this is, it doesn't seem to meet a committee qualification, maybe a commission qualification with a multi-year task of it may be more appropriate. But it seems to me that it's not going to accomplish its goal unless there's a preconceived answer. And that's conspiracy theory talking, but we both know what will
So
happen
your
with that.
question-
So my question is, even though this is well-intentioned, even though it addresses a topic, is this bill needed?
I think it's a great question. Thank you for it. I think the timeline is ambitious but achievable. I think, to Representative Almey's point, perhaps it needs to be a larger committee of representatives and senators that are rolling up their sleeves and dealing with it. I mean, the question is it needed? I would argue yes. And is it, should we put it aside and say we're not going to start working on a plan or consider what might be possible versus actually getting started? I would say let's get started, no matter how big the task is.
Representative Schamberg.
Just a comment on Representative Ulrey. You made the correct point, Representative Wilhelm, that it's 45 days after passage of this that it would start. They don't have to wait till August, September. They can start in 1st of April if it's passed by the House.
Well, it has to get passed by the House, over to the Senate, passed by the Senate, signed by the governor.
If people want to work, it'll get done.
Okay, Representative Fellows.
Yes, I'm wondering if you can define what you mean by low, what does it say, low income housing? Because in my mind, that means subsidized housing. So is that what you're talking about?
So I'm going to let the issue experts behind me address that one, and also know that we need to get you some additional information on the federal program, which I think will help to clarify.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I have Ben Frost from New Hampshire Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, committee members. I'm Ben Frost. I'm the Deputy Executive Director and Chief Legal Officer for New Hampshire Housing. We are the state's housing finance agency, and we are also the state's allocator of the federal low-income housing tax credit. So I'm happy to address any program-specific questions regarding that program. As Representative Wilhelm indicated, the federal tax credit has been around for a long time as part of the corporate tax reform in 1986, made part of the permanent tax code in the early 90s, and is the nation's, New Hampshire's included, #1 driver of the development of affordable housing. It is the thing that makes this stuff happen. And as Representative Wilhelm pointed out, a number of other states, I think he said 28, already have a state low-income housing tax credit. Another 5 are actively considering adoption of a low-income housing tax credit. This is not a new idea. It's a proven idea, something that works and has worked for decades. The tax credit, the federal tax credit, and this is not to say that this is how New Hampshire's tax credit would work if it were adopted by the legislature, but the federal tax credit effectively is a public-private partnership. So on the state level, a state agent, and here New Hampshire Housing, is the allocator, and we put out essentially a call for proposals. This is a competitive process. Developers present to us their proposals for development, which have to be very well developed. That is, they have to have their local permits in line. They have to be ready to go, pretty much, but for the financing of the project. That's the one thing that's holding them back. If they are successful, if they meet threshold standards and then are competitive and get an award, an allocation of a tax credit, the developer then has to go out and sell that tax credit to investors. The investors bid on this in an open market, and this is often done through syndicators. But there is a market for these tax credits, which is very robust. It's not quite as strong as it was since the more recent corporate tax reform, but it is still very strong. As a result of the investors' involvement, the investors essentially pay for those tax credits. They become investors in the projects, and in exchange get a write-off against their federal corporate income tax liability. The developers then take that development equity and build the project. The investor gets, under the federal law, gets a 10-year write-off against whatever it purchased in the market for its tax credit. 10 years. They're on the hook for 15 years. So there is really strong investor oversight of these projects. So what we call private market discipline in these low-income housing rental projects. It's something that works and works really well. Representative Almy, I hope that addresses in part the question you asked about how the program works. As Representative Wilhelm indicated, we'd be happy to get you a lot more information. And we can make it concise, we can make it voluminous. We'll start with concise, and if you want voluminous, we can give you that too. It is arguably the most complex portion of the federal tax code. I've been told that. I don't delve into it myself. I leave that to others to do. Representative Rochefort, you asked about the difference between workforce housing and low-income housing. And this actually gets to Representative Fellows' question about what does low-income mean. Under federal law, for the federal tax credit program, low-income means households earning up to 60% of the area median income. And the areas vary throughout the state, and those income levels also vary. Those are defined annually by HUD, although the federal program is not a HUD program. It is a Treasury program. It's a tax credit program. A lot of the people, a lot of the households occupying these projects are, in fact, in the workforce. Roughly 2/3 of the households, the residents of low-income housing tax credit projects in New Hampshire are either elderly or disabled. The remainder are in the workforce. They are people who are making incomes that are low. They qualify to reside there. But yes, I'd say this as a study committee, why not open it up to that broader inquiry? As far as whether it's a committee or a commission, as introduced, it's a committee. It's immaterial to us. We are happy to work with this committee, and then if the legislature forms the study committee, with that study committee to achieve the results in the time indicated. It's the kind of work that we do. I would be happy to take any questions, and just note that we also support the amendment proffered by Representative Wilhelm.
Thank you. Representative Almy.
Thank you. Just a quick question, and maybe I was just writing too hard to hear you. The investors are on the hook for 15 years for what?
They are liable to the federal government.
For the project being built?
Not the project being built, because the tax credit doesn't kick in until the project is occupied. But for compliance with federal standards and with our standards at New Hampshire Housing as the tax credit allocator. So conceivably, and this rarely happens, but it does happen, the investment may get recaptured and the investor has to essentially pay back their investment to the federal government. It's a big stick. And as a result, the investors watch very carefully over these projects for compliance.
Representative Fellows.
So I think my question is related to that. So I wanted to, I have several little questions. Are these always rentals?
These are always rentals.
Okay. So is one of the things that the compliance for the 15 years, is that one of those things making sure that the rent doesn't go up? It has to stay at that 60% level?
Yes, that is correct, Representative.
And one more piece. So if I buy $100,000 of these credits, I give the developer $100,000 and I get credits. How do I take advantage of that? I get to deduct $10,000 a year for 10 years? Or?
This is a little more complex question. The answer is that and I'll use New Hampshire as an example because that's what I'm familiar with. We current our 2024 allocation is a little over $4 million. That, because of the 10-year period, you multiply by 10, but then you also apply the market factor. These tax credits tend to sell for something like 90 to 95 cents on the dollar. So the $4 million annually will yield something on the order of $35 to $40 million in development equity. A project might get an allocation of $800,000 of tax credits, which is then marketed to produce several million dollars of development equity from the developer. The developer then uses that equity to build the project. Now, I think I've strayed a bit from your question. I'd be happy to talk with you offline as well.
Okay. Any other questions? Representative Ullery.
Yes, thank you. Just as, would you agree? I just checked with the world population data which markets the 2024 median income in New Hampshire is around 88.4. And 80% of that is 71, roughly. So would you agree that maybe 71,000 gross is the low income level for tax credits?
Representative, that number is actually high. Because the calculation is 60%, not 80%.
Excuse me.
And it also varies by area within the state. So, and one thing we haven't talked about is the complexity of the financing of these projects. The tax credit is one piece. There are oftentimes many other layers of financing which may themselves have other far greater restrictions. For example, the National Housing Trust Fund, New Hampshire receives, we allocate it, $3 to $4 million a year. It's a block grant. And that is for use with extremely low income housing, households that are earning up to 30% of the area median income. So a development that's using the National Housing Trust Fund, in addition to the low-income housing tax credit, would be limited to that 30% level.
Follow up, Mr. Chair. Follow up. Thank you for that. If you could, you were talking about an area income which isn't going to show up on that. Could you provide that to the committee? And I would also like to thank you for illustrating the complexity of this issue.
Be happy to provide that, Representative.
All set? Question?
Yes.
Representative Fellows.
So I'm wondering, do you make projections about how many of these units are needed? Because there is demographic data from the census tells us how many people fall in different income categories. And not all of them are going to use this program. That some of them might live with relatives or whatever. So where does this go? Because we've got an aging population they're not going to have regular incomes. They're going to have just Social Security and maybe a little bit out. I'm just wondering if we're just going to need more and more and more and more of these rentals.
Representative, that's an excellent question. And as a starting point, I would refer you to a study that New Hampshire Housing completed in 2023. It's the statewide housing needs assessment, which indicates that we have a current shortage of over 23,000 units of housing of all types for all incomes. Based on projected population growth, we will need a total of 60,000 produced by 2030 and a total of 90,000 units produced by 2040. Those seems like very big numbers, but it actually amounts to something on the order of a 35% increase in housing production. So that is doable. It's a big lift, but it is doable. But that's for all income types. That study does break things down. I don't have the numbers off the top of my head that indicate what we need for certain income levels, but the need is significant.
So,
All right.
just to follow up. So I thank you for sending that report to me about a month or so ago. I will look for that section. Thank you.
All right. I still have more pink cards. So thank you very much. Next up is Kristen Evans.
Thank you, Chairman. Committee members, thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of HB 1470. For the record, my name is Kristen Evans, and I am the Director of Policy and Advocacy for ABLE New Hampshire. ABLE is a disability justice organization, and we are a nonpartisan nonprofit that fights for the civil and human rights of children and adults with disabilities. As an organization committed to disability justice, we would like to express our strong support for this bill. We believe that this bill represents a crucial step towards addressing the housing challenges faced by individuals with disabilities in our community. According to the National Council on Disability, people with disabilities are significantly more likely to experience housing instability and homelessness compared to the general population. Additionally, the shortage of accessible and affordable housing options further exaggerates these challenges. In New Hampshire alone, there's a shortage of over 14,000 affordable and accessible rental homes for individuals with disabilities, as reported by the National Low Income Housing Coalition. The implementation of a low-income housing tax credit has proven to be an effective tool in increasing the availability of affordable housing across the country. States such as California, Massachusetts, and Oregon have successfully utilized low-income tax credits to incentivize private developers to build or rehabilitate affordable housing units. These initiatives have not only provided safe and stable housing for low-income individuals and families, but have also contributed to economic growth and community development. HB 1470 demonstrates a commitment to addressing the housing needs of individuals with disabilities and other marginalized communities. Through comprehensive research and analysis, this committee can identify innovative solutions to increase the availability of affordable and accessible housing options, thereby improving the quality of life for thousands of individuals with disabilities in our state. In conclusion, we urge you to support HB 1470. Investing in affordable housing is not only a matter of social justice, but also a sound economic decision that benefits our entire community. Together, we can work towards creating a more inclusive and equitable society where everyone has access to safe, affordable, and accessible housing. Thank you for your time.
Representative Platt.
Would you mind submitting those notes you read from?
Yep.
Thank you.
I did. Yes.
Okay. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next is, or the last pink card I have right now is Alyssa Margolin, if I'm saying that properly or not. Alyssa, yes.
Members of the committee, good afternoon. For the record, my name is Alyssa Margolin. I serve as Director of Housing Action New Hampshire. We're a statewide coalition of 80 organizations united in support of improving state and federal policy so everyone in New Hampshire has a place to call home. Our members are those who finance, develop, manage affordable housing properties, low-income family advocates, homeless service agencies, and public housing agencies. We're in support of this bill, and thank you for your serious consideration. As Mr. Frost mentioned, the housing credit, and I do want to note, one of the great points that Mr. Frost made was that our members call the capital stack, depending on what financing that they receive, really depends on who lives there. What income bracket they find themselves in. So another reason for considering that amendment is to consider the issue around workforce housing, because you can be building for people who are primarily in the workforce or people who are primarily extremely low income. Depending on the financing tools, it might be worth a study committee looking at how you want to fashion a New Hampshire proposal. Another interesting tidbit is that right now, as Congress is putting together the new tax package, the Housing Credit Improvement Act has some enhancements to this very popular program known as the Low Income Housing Tax Credit. And because of the complexities that Mr. Frost talked about, they're going to rename the program the Housing Credit instead of the Low Income Housing Credit, because it really raises a lot of questions and it's not super accurate all the time. Sometimes it really is very low income, extremely low income, and sometimes it is workforce. Depending on the project. So I will say our members, this is the #1 program financing tool in New Hampshire that creates the production of affordable housing stock. It is extremely competitive for tax credits, and it is extremely attractive to investors and has been critical to making any progress. As you know, the housing crisis is very severe. We have 3 polls, recent polls from St. Anselm, UNH, Emerson College that all say that the housing crisis is the #1 issue for New Hampshire residents right now. And Mr. Frost shared the sobering data points about how many units are needed. So, as we start to do the work that needs to be done before the upcoming budget, we welcome the opportunity for legislators or a larger commission to come together to explore what a credit would look like in New Hampshire and how it would work. So urge your support for this. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Representative Elmy.
Thank you. Today and in recent weeks, we have been told to cut our taxes considerably. You're asking for more revenue for what is one of our biggest needs, according to the BIA and a lot of other people. Another one is childcare, and there was someone in here for that just before. How do we reconcile these things? Thank
Right,
you.
I mean-
you don't come to the ones that are trying to cut the revenue that could be used.
Well, I'm here to speak on behalf of the housing needs and and our members who are on the front lines of trying to serve those in their communities and essentially an unserved market. There is a demand for housing that's more affordable, and without these financing tools, if you just they become unaffordable right now to people of a lot of incomes. I mean, how I describe it is one of the reasons I think that the political will has increased around this issue is just because, the recognition in the general public that housing is the crisis is so acute, and that's because it's impacting everyone at this point. Even if you're comfortable in your home at the price point that you're paying, it's likely impacting your children or your neighbors or your community. And it's certainly, if you're trying to grow your workforce, it's probably the #1 impediment to you growing your business. So that is we need an all hands on deck approach if we're really going to make that achievable goal of increasing housing production, right? And so we need all the tools. So to answer your question more directly, Representative Almy, I would say, budgets are always about choices and priorities and different needs. And we know that there are many competing needs in the state. And we ask that, we do the homework necessary to look at the tools to address the housing needs.
Thank you. Representative Ames.
Yeah. Thank you. I really appreciate and understand that the depth and extent of this problem that you're trying to address is huge and important. I'm wondering if you've seen, I should have asked Mr. Frost this question as well, any reports that quantify how much might be diverted essentially from the business taxes, because that's what we're talking about, to make a splash, to affect this or to do something. Have there been any concrete studies on, well, if we had thus and so tax credit, we'd get thus and so reward?
Right. I mean, you in order to have a market for a tax credit, you need a tax burden that you're trying to avoid. But I am not aware of any of those studies, and I don't know if Mr. Frost is. Nope, shaking his head no for the record, but certainly another important point for a committee or something we would need to understand if we were going to come in with a proposal included in the budget following year.
Follow up?
I guess related to that, and this reflects my lack of understanding on this issue, those other states that have adopted state level tax credits, do they engage their individual income tax as well as their business tax, corporate tax, in whatever tax credit product that they work out? Do you know?
I don't know.
Nope.
I don't know. My sense is that it would vary, but it would likely be more on the corporate tax side. But it's certainly something worth looking into.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Orrs?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking my question. So does any of this provide an avenue to get some of the people living on the streets off the streets and into some of this housing we're talking about or you're referring to?
So the concerning issue of the increase in homelessness, I think, is directly connected to the housing shortage. I think I mentioned we were feeling like we were all impacted earlier by the housing crisis and talked about the impediments to workforce development. Now consider yourselves maybe more financially fragile. Say you're a single parent in a low-wage job with a couple of kids and you experience a health crisis or something. I mean, you could see the vulnerability in a market with a 0.5 vacancy rate and a required hourly wage of close to $30 an hour in New Hampshire. So so yes, I do think it's connected, but it kind of depends on the units that you develop and what our members like to say is they prefer not to have prescriptive financing tools that require developers to build for certain populations because they prefer the flexibility of responding to local needs. There is a desire sometimes to say we should only build, this type of housing for people in recovery or this for people fleeing, domestic violence. And in some cases that might be the right solution, but we prefer flexible financing tools so we can respond locally. And we do have examples in New Hampshire of successfully building for chronically homeless and providing ongoing supportive services within that context. And something that we need to proliferate for sure when we start talking about how to serve our more vulnerable populations with such a basic need. So thank you for the question.
Great. Representative Rochford.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. So we've got, where I come from, there are a number of builders that have either started projects and stopped them or decided not to start housing projects despite the need because of inflation and the cost of materials. And then you add in the cost of the cost of money is very expensive right now as well. The finance, I like the idea. This is and I think tax incentives are a wonderful way to do this. But do you think this is enough? If we were to give a tax credit, in the amended proposed amendment says other kind of opens the other ways to tax credit. Is that enough to offset the increases in interest rates and building materials in order to maybe start some of these projects back up?
Candidly, probably not. It's not enough, but it will make a difference for those developers who are attracted to this type of favorable financing. But we're hearing the same thing from our members, inflation impacting, labor costs, materials costs, supply side challenges that continue. And makes it harder to build affordably and the need for more subsidy in a project. So essentially asking for more tools, not less, or not fewer tools. And but ultimately we're going to need the market to build and as well as affordable housing financed. But we need both the private market to respond and do what we can to make sure that we're building affordable housing as well.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to testify on HB 1470? Okay, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Yeah. I'll open the public hearing on HB 1613. And welcome up the sponsor, Representative Muse.
Thank you, members of the committee. My name is Representative David Muse. I represent Portsmouth, Newington, and Newcastle. I'm before you today in large part because of a news story that I read in 2023 in the New Hampshire Bulletin. And the subject of that story was a settlement that the state of New Hampshire received from Monsanto for $25 million for PCB contamination across the state. PCBs, if you're not familiar with them, are polychlorobiphenyls. They were outlawed by the federal government in 1979. They were used in applications like oil that was used in transformers that would actually cool the transformers while they were working to provide us with electricity. They were also used in other industrial applications. When they were outlawed in 1979, there was a rush to dispose of a lot of this waste oil and a lot of this waste PCB material. Some of it found its way into trucks in New Hampshire that were used to oil dirt roads in the summertime when the dust is known to choke the air. Some of that oil was also illegally disposed of, sometimes on land, sometimes in waterways. And other PCB components were also improperly disposed of in that period. Like the PFAS chemicals, I think that a lot of us have become familiar with over the last few years. PCBs are bioaccumulative. They also take a long time to break down in the environment, hundreds of years. So some of the health impacts that can be caused as a result of PCB contamination are things like cancer, liver problems, and birth defects. There's a reason why we outlawed them in 1979. According to the story in the New Hampshire Bulletin, PCBs have actually impaired 104 water bodies in New Hampshire, at least 63,000 acres of surface water, and at least 2.3 linear miles of the Sohegan River. Contaminated loon eggs have been identified in 20 lakes, with the highest levels of PCBs being in Squam Lake. So we're not talking about things that are something that's just a problem around major cities. This is a problem in our recreational areas as well. So the good news part of this story is that in 2022, the state of New Hampshire received a $25 million settlement from Monsanto Corporation, which was one of the main manufacturers of PCBs. The bad news is that the lawyers got $5 million of that settlement, and the remaining $20 million of that settlement went into the general fund. So why, you may ask, did that settlement go into the general fund instead of getting used to remediate PCB contamination, to monitor it, to educate people about it, to actually do something about the contamination that the settlement was received for? And the answer to that question is we actually had no law in place that would have specifically directed that money from that type of settlement into a specific environmental fund in New Hampshire. So for example, we actually have a law in New Hampshire that directs things like PFAS settlements into the Drinking and Groundwater Trust Fund. We had nothing like that set up. Other funds that are comparable to that, we have the Opioid Trust Fund, which is not an environmental trust fund, but we do have the MBTE Trust Fund. So in the absence of having a place that the legislature essentially directed the money to, the Attorney General is allowed to release those funds into the general fund. So once they're released in the general fund, sometimes money like that can be used to remediate environmental contamination, but it also can be used to pay for things like copier paper and toner and gas for snowplows and things of that nature. Once it goes in there, we really don't know what's happening to it. So in response to putting it into the general fund, one of the things that the governor recommended was a $6 million allocation to actually address PCB contamination that the legislature decided not to act on. So in essence, we received $20 million for a PCB settlement, and we actually may have used none of it to remediate or to monitor PCB contamination in our state, which according to the New Hampshire Bulletin story remains a significant problem in this state. So what this bill does is it attempts to address this situation going forward. What it would do is it would create a soil and water contamination trust fund, and any funds received for an environmental settlement, contamination settlement, where the disposition of money hasn't been previously directed by the legislature would actually be deposited into this fund by the Attorney General until the legislature can direct what the legislature wants to do with these funds. You know, it's a pretty simple idea. Money that we receive for environmental contamination should actually be used to combat environmental contamination. So I think we have a glitch in our law that right now allows it to be used for other purposes. I think what I'm trying to do is address this glitch, and I would be the first to admit to you this is the first time I've tried to draft legislation of this kind, and we are going to hear from folks in the Department of Health and Human Services who have some ideas about how potentially the bill could be made more specific in a way that would be helpful. And I would urge you to listen to whatever they suggest pretty strongly, because we have an issue with contamination in this state. PFAS contamination alone, if we look at the new EPA standards that have just come down, if we try to remediate all of the PFAS contamination that we've already identified in New Hampshire, the cost is going to run into several $billion. There are things out there that we haven't accounted for. There are things out there that we may not even know about yet. There are settlements. This settlement is an example of a settlement where I don't think people in the legislature were even aware that this was happening. So one of the things that's part of a requirement in the bill is that when the Attorney General receives a settlement like this, the Fiscal Committee is actually notified of it and actually receives a report around the amount of the settlement, the parameters of the settlement, and details like that. What the bill also allows is for money to be, it remains dependent on the legislature to still appropriate money to address this form of contamination. But once the money has been appropriated, money will be able to be used from this account to remediate that specific kind of contamination. The reason for specifying that it's the kind of that it's the contamination that's actually addressed in the settlement is so we don't run into a situation where we actually have people in New Hampshire who've been harmed by one kind of contamination, but who find that money received for the settlement to actually help them out is actually being used to address another form of contamination in New Hampshire. So the idea is, let's address the problem that the settlement was received for first. Let's give that first priority. Right? And then if we have money left over, if we find out that, well, gee, maybe the problem wasn't as bad as we thought it was, and maybe there'll be some money left over in the settlement, there's a mechanism in the bill that would allow any remaining money to be transferred over into two other environmental funds, the Drinking and Groundwater Trust Fund and the Solid Waste Management Fund, where it could then also be applied to address environmental contamination in the state. But again, it all comes down to money that we get to remediate environmental contamination should be used to remediate environmental contamination. It's pretty simple. and I hope you find a way to support it, and I'll answer any questions you might have.
Do we have questions? Oh, yes, Representative Orr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this may be a question for Mr. Wimsatt when he gets here. I see him waiting patiently for us. So, but you did mention it. That was my thought when I saw this, is the Drinking Water and Groundwater Trust Fund. And that, of course, was set up for another chemical that we were polluted with. Why wouldn't we just maybe combine, address the legislation or the statute that defines that? Because there's a fair amount of money in that, as I am made aware of. So rather than make yet another fund, maybe address the parameters of that fund so that we can put money through that.
I think part of what I was trying to do with this, I know that there are, I think the funds that are out there took time and care to establish, and the advantage of them is they're already established. So if we actually receive settlement money that's supposed to go into those funds, there's nothing in this bill that would keep that from happening. So maybe PFAS wasn't the best example, because money we receive for PFAS settlements would actually go into the Drinking and Groundwater Trust Fund, right? So we really don't have to do anything. What my bill does is sort of address what up until now I think has been a fairly rare situation, where we actually receive a substantial settlement for contamination that we haven't accounted for in our law yet. So the idea is to just give that money a place to live until the legislature can decide how it wants to spend it. So we're not taking away the appropriation ability of the legislature's ability to direct the money. All we're doing is we're saying, hey, let's hold it in a specific fund until the legislature figures out what it wants to do with it. Once the legislature figures out what it wants to do with it, then the money can start to be dispersed. And I think this is one of the areas where DHHS had some concerns, is it's a little unclear in the bill around which agency would actually be responsible for that. So I think that's one of the things that we would look at adding to the bill, is to provide some clarity around that. But I don't see this as a statute that would be used a lot. But I think it's just based on our experience with the PCB settlement, it would be a good thing to have.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question, Representative. This bill looks like it adds the word soil to this to this effort, and it seems to me that we focus mostly on water and drinking water and groundwater, and I don't know that I've ever seen anything that says soil in this. So this is different than what we've seen before. So does that lend itself to combining with any other trust fund that we have? Thank you.
The answer to your question is I don't know. This is where I think the experts might be able to help us out. The reason for putting soil in there is, and I wasn't able to actually get an answer from the Attorney General's office around the specific reason why the PCB funds weren't actually put into the Drinking and Groundwater Trust Fund. But as I looked at it, I know that when we talk about chemicals like PFAS and things and chemicals of that nature, for the most part, we're talking about water contamination. Even though the Merrimack situation, it's also airborne contamination that gets into the soil that contaminates the water. It really was just an effort on my part to be more expansive around the types of settlements that could be entered. I also know that from my own experience back in the late 70s, early 80s, I was a reporter and I did several news stories on PCB, and in particular, I visited several sites in New Hampshire where waste PCBs were being stored basically improperly in leaking barrels, and some of the employees on those sites actually had an acute condition called chloracne, which people can get by actually getting the chemical on their skin itself. It develops it causes a skin condition very similar to acne. It's very quickly recognizable. So I know that it's not just water with PCBs. It is contaminated soil and brown fields and things of that nature.
Representative Elmy.
Thank you. I do feel that it's important to have something.
I'm sorry, I'm having
I
a
do
hard.
feel it's important to have something more generalized like this. The one before it for PFAS seems to be only for 4 towns. And there are a lot of other towns that have the PFAS problem. But I wonder in particular the Monsanto one, do we have methods for extracting this from water or some other way to remediate what's left of the problem at this point? And would that money just be sitting there for decades while we wait to be able to solve it?
I am not an expert in remediation of this chemical. I do know that I actually live on Sagamore Creek, and there's PCB contamination in the creek. And one of the things I asked someone from the Conservation Law Foundation one time is, well, what should we do about that? And they said the best thing you can do is not to disturb it. So I think sometimes we're in a situation like that. However, it's a good idea to have people monitoring that contamination. There's fishing that takes place in Sagamore Creek. There's fishing that takes place in Squam Lake. And if those chemicals work their way up the biological food chain, we want people to be aware of the fact that they're putting themselves and their families and anybody who eats that fish in danger if the level of PCB is above a certain level. So bottom line, one of the things is I think it's similar to PFAS, where to actually destroy PCB, it takes an extremely high temperature. So not terribly easy to do, but $20 million is $20 million. There just seems to have been there might have been something else we could do with it other than pay for copier paper and toner.
Are there any pending lawsuits that you know of right now that could yield this sort of thing?
I wish I did. I wish I would have known about this one. I think we all do, or we might have been able to kind of get to a different outcome. And that's really what the bill is for. To answer your question, though, I don't know of other lawsuits that are out there right now.
Okay. All right. Yes, Representative Spilsbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the bill basically sets up a prioritization order where for 2 years it's held for the specific type of contaminant treatment. Got
Yes.
that. But it then defaults into these 2 existing funds, Solid Waste Management Fund and Drinking Water and Groundwater Trust Fund. I don't know much about those funds. What's the current funding source and what are the current balances in those funds?
I don't know a lot about the other current funding mechanisms either, so I'm not sure I'd be able to help you there. What I do know is that money by those funds is used to remediate environmental contamination. The reason for having that 2-year period is sometimes it can take a long time for the legislature to agree on how money should be appropriated, and sometimes we can't agree at all. So the thing is fighting contamination in this state is urgent. So what it basically does is set a 2-year period where the legislature has time to make that decision, has time to direct the funds. If at the end of that period, the legislature either hasn't directed the funds in a specific way, or if it has directed the funds, but there's money left over, the money would flow into those 2 other existing funds where it could be used to remediate other problems in the state. So that's the intent.
Follow up?
Okay, so I think the intent is clear. I suppose I would want to know more about the answers to the 2 questions I posed before I thought that was the right default step. And, I don't know whether 2 years is actually sufficient to earmark funds for the specific contaminant. But I just want to point out incidentally, I think there's some language here that's going to trip us up on line 30 of page 2, the first page of the bill. So What this sentence seems to do is exclude certain settlements. Settlements not included under the scope of this section include ... those eligible to be directed. I think that the language "but are not limited to" has to be struck. Because I don't think you can construct an exclusion that is not limited. It eats up the whole.
And I think the reason for that language was a little bit of an out on my part because I wasn't sure if I had captured all of the existing settlement funds,
Which means the exclusions can be unlimited.
Yes. So if that's something that the committee would like to address, and also my guess is Department of Health and Human Services will have feedback on that as well.
Okay, Representative Elney.
Just briefly, did you see the fiscal note, and did you look at what the Department of Environmental Services reservations are?
Did I look at the Department of Environmental Services regulations on this? I did not.
Reservations about it.
The reservations?
They are saying that they worry that money is going to be diverted from other income coming into DES. To
The intent of the bill is not to do that. It's really only to give funds that are undirected a place to go so they don't get put into the general fund. That's really what we're trying to do here. So what I tried to do was to very clearly separate any provisions the legislature has already made to direct funds for specific type of contamination into existing trust funds. So what I did not want to do with this bill at all was to get in the way of anything that's already working. What I was trying to do was to address the one thing that appears not to be working.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I have Representative Nancy Murphy.
I'm going to have to leave soon.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and honorable members of the committee. At LSR filing time, Representative Muse and I both recognize the need for a bill such as HB 1613, and both of us filed LSRs with the same goal. I withdrew my LSR and I'm happy to co-sponsor and testify to the merits of this important bill. Establishing a soil and water contamination settlement trust fund for funds or proceeds received by the Attorney General on behalf of the state or its citizens as a result of any civil judgment or settlement of a claim, suit, petition, or other action regarding damages from environmental contamination of soil and water makes good sense. It especially makes good sense to communities who have found themselves the unwitting victims of environmental contamination, are living with the negative impacts of environmental and public health contamination they've neither caused nor have the ability to stop, and find that the resources aren't available to take all appropriate action. I'll share a bit about my community as the environmental contamination experience there can be extrapolated to reflect the experience of other communities with other contaminants. I live in and represent the town of Merrimack, the site of the largest industrial environmental disaster in New Hampshire's history, related to the production practices of a multi-billion-dollar multinational polluter, Saint-Gobain. Merrimack residents have been and will continue to be greatly impacted by PFAS, a group of man-made toxins with such concerning bioaccumulation and biodegradation properties that they are known as forever chemicals. PFAS are known to be linked to many negative health impacts, and at least one of the 12 to 14,000 or so PFAS has recently been proven to cause cancer. With further study, I believe that other PFAS will be found to cause the same or similar negative health outcomes. Given a 42% higher kidney cancer incidence than would be expected, my town is currently the subject of a $500,000 kidney cancer study for which, in collaboration with New Hampshire DHHS, I filed legislation to access funding. The current study is a phase 3 feasibility study, which may indicate a need for a more comprehensive full epidemiological health study. As one might imagine, health studies are expensive, and trying to access funding for such important work, given the many competing needs we have in New Hampshire, can be challenging. Class action lawsuits have been filed to address the public health impacts of these dangerous environmental contaminants. To date, New Hampshire citizens living in PFAS-impacted communities have been denied medical monitoring, and thus far, at least to my knowledge, New Hampshire has not received funding judgments or settlements specific to PFAS that could be used to help address the significant and ever-increasing problems it has created. Keeping the funds and proceeds from legal action taken in response to soil or water contamination distinct and separate from all other state funds and require that they be deposited into a designated trust fund ensures that the funds received will actually be available to address and remediate the environmental contamination that precipitated the legal action. My community and several others in southern New Hampshire would like to be able to count on the availability of those funds to address expenses and damages related to the specific type of contamination addressed by the settlement, including the remediation of the contamination, testing of soil and water for contamination, health monitoring for individuals at risk for or otherwise impacted by the contamination, and further investigation by the Department of Environmental Services relevant to the specific type of contamination addressed by the settlement. Citizens have already paid millions of dollars out of pocket to filter our drinking water in schools, filter public water wells, filter private wells, and in healthcare costs to address the health impacts known to be associated with environmental contamination. Please ensure that the funds granted to the state as a result of environmental contamination litigation will truly be available to specifically address the issue by voting OTP on HB 1613. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Representative Platt.
May I have those notes you were reading from?
Sure, I will be happy to forward them to you. Everybody, I just have one sort of draft. Thank you.
And just for the information of the committee, after this, I have two other pink cards, one from DHHS and DES. So we'll be hearing from both of those areas. Any questions for the representative? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. It's being recorded. So. All right. Let's see. In order that I receive the card, so I guess Michelle Roberger from DHHS.
Good afternoon. Thank you, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Michelle Roberge, and I'm the administrator for the Bureau of Public Health Protection within the New Hampshire Department of Health and Human Services, Division of Public Health Services. The department does not have a position on this bill, but does have some concerns regarding the administrative responsibilities of the proposed legislation. The proposed bill amends New Hampshire RSA 126A, which is the statute that provides authority to the Department of Health and Human Services. As written, HB 1613 is not clear on determination of agency administrative responsibilities related to the proposed New Hampshire Soil and Water Contamination Settlement Fund. The proposed bill does not provide an appropriation to the department to support management of the trust fund and does not provide any rulemaking authority to establish rules pertaining to administration of the fund. The department recommends providing clarity on agency administration of the trust fund and associated provisions for implementation. And in particular, because this trust fund is focused on environmental contamination, and we heard from previous testimony about maybe the funds being directed to provide an cleanup of environmental contamination, the Department of Environmental Services may be the more appropriate agency over the Department of Health and Human Services, while the Department of Health and Human Services does oversee one particular, it's RSA 130A, which is childhood lead poisoning. So there is authority under RSA 130A for the department to do investigations related to lead hazards. that is really the limit of what the department oversees in terms of environmental contamination. So we just ask that the committee consider the purpose of the fund and maybe look at which agency is more appropriate to oversee that. That pretty much sums up my testimony. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I'm also happy to work with the bill sponsor on any revisions to this bill.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
And the last pink card I have is Adam. I'm having trouble reading it, so you can, Crepo, NHDES.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name's Adam Crepo. I'm the Assistant Commissioner at the Department of Environmental Services, and I have Mike Wimsat, the Director of the Waste Division, with me here today to help answer any technical questions you might have. The department's not taking a position on this bill. The bill would, as you've heard, establish a trust fund to administer funding obtained from environmental contamination court settlements or judgments. Currently, the department administers many compliance, enforcement, and remediation programs that collect penalties and recover costs for environmental remediation. Those funds are either deposited into funds created in statute or the general fund. As you heard from previous speakers, there was a PCB settlement that went into the general fund, and so it just depends on if there's a statutory mechanism for that. The department believes that this bill, given the language in Part 5, would only affect funds that go into the general fund. One concern that we did have is that the bill is narrowly constricted, so it would require any funds received from a judgment or a settlement to be used for a specific type of contamination. While in the case of PCB, that was a pretty large settlement, but there are other ones that, should in the future we get anything, they may be smaller and either may not be enough or too much or whatever the case is. So we encourage the committee to provide some flexibility there to be able to use it on contamination generally, should you decide to move forward with the bill. It is as DHHS spoke about earlier, it's unclear which department is administering this fund. So I would encourage the committee to, clear that up. And if you decide to move forward with the bill, I would strongly consider making it a non-lapsing fund and continually appropriated. So those are really the gist of the comments in our testimony letter, but happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Representative Schamberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking this question. What is presently your budget for your department overall?
Mike, do you think you can share?
That's a good question. I always have that number memorized when we're in budget, but then it leaves my brain. It's I don't want to guess. I don't know the answer to that. I know
Just
that,
an answer somewhere.
I know that for my division, it's on the order of about $100 million. But for the department, it is substantially greater than that because we administer. Not only do we, the division is only about 1/4 of the number of people in the department, but we also, through our water division and through our waste division, administer a drinking water state revolving fund and a clean water state revolving fund that are essentially like a $200 million bank. So it runs that number up in a way that doesn't really reflect the operations budget. And we have all those numbers. We could certainly provide them to you, but I don't want to embarrass myself with a guess right now.
Yes, Representative Malloy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Earlier, I mentioned the word soil was added to this, and I'm relatively familiar with the water mitigation and the PFOA and PFAS situations and that. So I'm just posing this question, and I don't know that it's answerable here, but how does one mitigate the soil, the contaminants that are in the soil? I'm familiar with the water and stuff. That is my question.
Sure. Thank you for the question. Soil can certainly be more challenging than water, particularly it's in situ, right? So unless you can either get some kind of a treatment reagent into it in place or dig it up and treat it, then it's hard to do. With water, we usually treat water either in a wastewater setting at a wastewater plant or in a drinking water setting at a drinking water plant, or in the case of an individual home, at a treatment system within the home. But soil is, I think, appropriate here in this case because in the case of PCBs, it is true that most of the contamination we have with respect to PCBs in the state is associated either with soil contamination or sediments at the bottom of our water bodies. Because of the chemical nature of PCBs and the way it's strongly absorbed to soils and sediments, we don't actually have very many instances of groundwater or drinking water contamination with PCBs. It's mostly in those other media.
Representative Spilsbury.
So you've indicated that you would prefer not to have a constraint in the first 2 years on the specific contaminant, but to have more freedom. Okay. What is your view towards the provision that then defaults unspent funds at the end of 2 years into these two specific existing funds?
I don't think we have a position on that or the bill specifically, but you know, if it's the will of the legislature to not appropriate funding, or there's not a mechanism to if there's no agreement to appropriate funding anywhere, then maybe it should lapse into another settlement fund, such as the Drinking Water Groundwater Trust Fund or something like that.
Yeah, if I might add, I think it's relevant to note because it's very specific to what actually happened. The outsized response that the agency has had to make with regard to our discovery of PFAS contamination, initially out at the seacoast at the Pease Trade Port, and then in 2014, and then 2 years later in 2016 in southern New Hampshire as a result of some releases from some manufacturing facilities. We had to act very quickly, like literally over the weekend when we learned about that, to go out and do a lot of work to sample people's wells, and we've done a tremendous amount of work since that time, which was 8 years now. The only reason we were able to do that work is because we had access to funding that gave us broader authority to use it. And most of the funds that we used to do the initial sampling and analysis for PFAS came from the Drinking Water and Groundwater Trust Fund or from the MTB settlement funds. The MTB settlement funds were directly related to MTBE, but we were able to pay for actual sampling of wells because we also could look at MTBE, and we would take an additional bottle for PFAS at that time in real time using those funds. And then for analytical costs for PFAS, we were able to access the Drinking Water and Groundwater Trust Fund. All of those funds that I just mentioned, the MTB settlement funds and the Drinking Water Groundwater Trust Fund, came from a lawsuit against ExxonMobil and others directly associated with MTBE. So it was very important that in the case, particularly of the Drinking Water Groundwater Trust Funds, that we had the authority to use them in a broader sense for other contaminants, because if we had then just used those funds for MTBE at that time, when we had this complete explosive crisis with respect to PFAS, I don't think anybody would have been very happy with us at that time. But because we had that ability to do that, it made a world of difference in how responsive we were able to be to the PFAS crisis.
Follow-up?
Brief follow-up. So I think you're making a valuable point. Am I right in assuming that the two funds specifically mentioned here are both currently administered by DES? They're
Yes,
entirely within,
that
within
is
that
correct.
agency.
That's correct.
Thank you.
And I apologize, I always wait for a question, but if I might, I have to leave here in 5 minutes to be in another hearing that I cannot miss. I do want to add one point, if I might, and that is that, because I think it will help the committee understand, and I completely understand Representative Muse's reason for wanting to do this. The circumstances surrounding the PCB lawsuit were somewhat unique. In the case of the MTBE lawsuit, we knew that that money was coming. We had a lot of time. The legislature talked about that, and in a full session was able to develop and implement a law that established the Drinking Water and Groundwater Trust Fund so that that money would have a place and a mission when it arrived at the agency, at the state. In the case of the PCB lawsuit, it was something that the Department of Justice was working on. It happened very quickly, surprising even them how fast the settlement came, and there was essentially no time to do that kind of process that was done with the MTBE lawsuit. So I'm not here to present or take a position on the way to approach that in the future. I think it's a valid concern, but I just want you to understand there's a significant difference between what happened with the PCB lawsuit and what happened when we knew that MTBE lawsuit money was going to be coming.
Representative.
One other
Wallace.
question, Mr. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm wondering if we had these this passed and we had the 3 funds, if you would run into problems with receiving a new settlement coming in and not really knowing which pot to put it in, or would you be faced with like, oh, do we put like 50% here and 50% there?
I think depending on how the language is drafted, this fund, I think the intent from Representative Muse is this to be a catch-all for what isn't currently in statute. So if it's not currently going to a fund, this would be sort of a catch-all. Yes, a new settlement that isn't already accounted for in statute somewhere. So in the case of PCB, we didn't have a PCB remediation fund established, and so it wouldn't have gone into that, or there wasn't a place for it to go, so it went into the general fund. This would be anything that would currently go into the general fund.
Can I just follow up on that? I'm just thinking about if a settlement comes in and it impacts water and it impacts soil and how, drinking water, it could impact all of those things. What would you do?
Sure, it's a great question. I think that the answer is that depends on the lawsuit and depends on the legal action. If the lawsuit or the legal action is taken under an existing state statute that already says money goes to a certain place, then it would be clear where that would have to go. For example, in the case of the PCB lawsuit, I don't remember all the details, but my recollection is that was essentially a nuisance claim. There was no underlying state environmental statute that was being used to advance that lawsuit. So as a result, when the settlement occurred, there was no controlling statute that would tell you, here's where that money ought to go. So when that happens, when there's nothing there, it defaults to go to the general fund. So to answer your question, I think if a lawsuit like that were moved forward, that was again under a general nuisance claim or some other legal theory that wasn't tied to a state environmental statute, then it would likely go, if it was about contamination, it would likely go to this fund if this fund were created. Right, a new settlement, right.
Representative Schamberg, followed by was he first? Okay, Representative Malloy.
Thank you. Thank you. Very quickly. PFAS money, where would that go if we get that?
I don't believe, as I think probably most people here know, there are pending lawsuits against the manufacturers of PFAS that may take quite some time to reconcile, but assuming that they do and that there's some award that comes to the state, I don't think this bill would impact that because there's already a lot of law on the books that say exactly where that money will go if and when those settlements or verdict money would come in.
Representative Schamberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I'll get you out of here real quick. At the end of your historically end of your budget years, do you have surplus money left over?
That's a complex question. On the general fund side, there's certainly money that lapses, and in fact, in many cases, we're directed to have a lapse, have money left over that will go back to the state's coffers. With respect to the kinds of dedicated funds that we've been talking about here, most of those are continuously appropriated and non-lapsing, so they go over to the next biennium. They don't revert to the state coffers.
Representative Ors.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking my question. You say you're directed to put the money back to make sure you have money to put back in the general fund? I'm not quite understanding that.
Typically, I don't know if you want to answer that. Typically, the governor's office is, as the head of the executive branch, is looking to make sure that that everything works out financially for the state, and they may have in a particular year a need for a certain amount of money to come back. And what often happens is, for example, I don't want to get too detailed, but in the case of permanent full-time positions, those are budgeted in class 10. And if you have any vacancies during the year, you're going to have extra money in that. That money is not suddenly ever, they never tell us, oh, you can use that for something else if you want to. That money always lapses back to the state, which as it should. So,
Follow up?
Thank you. So I take it, so it's not impacting what you're trying to do in terms of your day-to-day operations or whatever.
I'm sorry, what's not impacting?
The money going back to the general fund. It's not taking out of what you need money for.
Not typically, no.
Okay, thank you.
And I do apologize. I do have to step away.
Representative Rochefort.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm glad we got somebody staying because I've got a question. Hopefully you can answer this for me. And I think the point of this bill is really to get the money that's going to the people that it's supposed to go to. And I think that, I hope we can all agree that that's a good cause. So I guess I know we have the Drinking Water and Groundwater Trust Fund, which that was already there. It's already existed. I wonder if you could just describe to me a little bit, because having been here a year, I've only been here a year, things move slow here. And, I mean, I think sometimes that in context of getting the money to where it needs to go, we want to get it there as fast as we can as well. So in that context, could you describe a little bit how the Drinking Water and Groundwater Trust Fund works? I know there's a commission or committee. It's got 10 or 12 people on it. What's the process of getting, and I think there's a lot of money in this fund, quite a bit actually, right now. And so what's the process of getting that money to the people that need it and to making sure it goes to the urgent acute needs? And I say that in the context of, I understand what the point of the bill is, but I don't want to reinvent the wheel. I want to make sure we're getting the money where it needs to go as quick as we can get it.
Sure. So in the case of the Drinking Water Groundwater Trust Fund, there is a Drinking Water Groundwater Trust Fund Advisory Commission that makes that helps establish the budget. The commissioner of the Department of Environmental Services and various other entities. There are some state reps on there right now. Representative Bill Boyd's the chair. They help decide where this money goes and what the emerging needs are and what it might be eligible for. And then once that is in place and they decide that, then it goes through the governor and council process and sort of the machinations of state government, if you will. So I can get more information on that, more detailed information on how those what buckets of funds there are, and exactly where those funds go, if you'd like. But that's from a 30,000 foot view how that works.
Follow up?
Thank you. So I guess also looking at timeline, I mean, are we talking, so if I find out the well in my backyard has MTBE, microplastics, PFAS, whatever it may be in it, and I need a new well, and that's determined, it fits the criteria, and I can go to this board and say, hey, because I think we replaced 2 wells this year. What I think came from ARPA funds, but I think eventually this fund will be getting hit quite a bit. Point being is, how quickly, once I file a claim, am I going to get help? Is this going to be years? Is it going to be weeks? Is it going to be months?
It depends on the program. There are several programs within the Drinking Water Groundwater Trust Fund that are administered, and the board helps decide where those go. And so we got a pretty large settlement from the ExxonMobil case. That's in the fund, and it's really determining how much can be done each year, because a lot of these funds go to some of them are grants, some of them are loans that come back, and with that we get interest on those loans, so as to keep recycling the funding and moving forward. So it really depends on what program. You might be talking about the we had a program regarding droughts and being able to drill new wells if your well went dry, and you met some income requirements. So you may, that may be what you're referring to, but it just depends on the program and which program you're applying for and all of that, and which programs are still open to apply for.
I have one more follow-up.
Sure.
Thank you. So the actually it was a PFAS. I think there was a well in Canterbury and maybe out on the western side of the state. 2 wells were replaced because of contamination. So the legislation that's being proposed, and maybe this is a question for the sponsor, how would that would it take an act of Congress, an act of legislature, if the money gets dumped into that trust fund, an additional act of this body to get the money out? So I again, the way I can't, I'm not clear when reading it, so I want to make sure we have the easiest access to this that we can.
Yeah, my understanding, based on the language, is that the general court would need to administer the fund and decide where those funds go. The agency wouldn't be the one under the bill to do that. So it would take an act of the legislature, if you will. I don't know. I think Representative, you mentioned the fiscal committee at one point. I'm not sure if that was the intent, but I know it would be as it's written now, it would be an act of the general court. Yes, absolutely.
Anything else? Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you. And I'd like to just offer, the department to be available to help with any amendments or any technical questions from the committee or the sponsor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I don't see any others out there to testify, so I will close the public hearing on HB 1613. Okay, we have concluded our work today, and I look forward to seeing you all Monday at 10 a.m. All our public hearings are done. We had 25 bills came to Ways and Means at this point. We've had a public hearing on every single one. And starting on Monday, we'll start doing work sessions. Thank you. I mean, Monday will be work sessions only. Tuesday will be work sessions, and then we'll start doing some execs. Okay, it's out. Good. Oh, so that is the list. Representative Fellows, you had asked for a list. Yeah, so that's the list. Yeah. Okay. Here, I'll give you this pile of pink cards.
I'll eat it if you don't.
Oh, we're only an hour behind. Not bad.
Not bad.
All my stomach can handle
I
though.
found this pretty tedious because these are almost all bills that I think are non-standard.
Yeah. Well, especially the